Hello. Welcome. Sorry I'm a little late here, but welcome to the Astropub. I have a surprise, chat. So this is entirely thanks to I'd like to dedicate this stream to Respawn and EA, both in good and bad terms, because the only reason why this was available was because Titanfall was in the news for the last 2 months. As a result, my video on Titanfall was catapulted to the front of the algorithm, and that video alone helped me earn enough money to buy this. I have my stream PC early. I had a good deal on the Sparkle Rock. Let me unplug some stuff here. You can see. Move it over. Let's get a fade real quick, but so this stream PC has a A770, Sparkle Rock A770, a Ryzen 9 look at the actual one. 7950X, and it's got 4 terabytes of SSD memory, and an additional 2 terabyte SSD stick, 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, and a Cooler Master radiator that I mount in the front because I didn't have enough space. So basically, I was able to get the Intel Arc early, the GPU earlier, and then I found both the CPU, the cooler, and the case all on sale for like $200 off. And because of the YouTube revenue, I was able to pick this up. So, aren't NVIDIA cards still the kings of decoding? Yes and no. They are the kings of decoding, but for their price per value is very low. The 770 has 16 gigabytes of DDR6, so it's got a lot of memory, and it has hard-coded. What is that one? The new encoder. It's got a hard-coded version of it. So it's the cheapest one for that. Effectively, this is a stream and editing PC. This isn't a gaming PC. I focused mostly on that, on the stuff that I could afford, and those are the things. There's no reason, because basically I could have gotten an Intel Arc A770 or a 3060 for the same price. Give that context. This is the same as the 3060. It has 4 more gigabytes of RAM, of VRAM, and it has encoded a hard encoder. 81, yes, it has. It was the first card to really have the 81 built in, and then I think the 500 series had it later. But to get this amount of RAM, VRAM, and everything else in it, I'd have to get a 5070 Ti, which is expensive. Like $1,000. So this was $330. That is a really good deal. So, and to give you context, my current stream PC Move this over. Down. Here. This up. Literally the case, the RAM, and my last SSD.
You can take away my spaceship.
But everything else came in.
You can take away my space suit.
Monday.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never.
Oh, well done.
Ever
the CPU, the GPU's been here for
take away my space game.
Womblissimo just resubscribed for 26 months.
I just get a sub while I was putting stuff away. I did, Victoria and Womblissimo.
You can take away my spaceship.
Thank you so much. Almost 5 years, 59 months, and 26 months. Thank you so much. You're all very important puppers, very impressive. This is very best friend. Y'all rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers.
Take away my space game.
Victoria just resubscribed for 59 months. Nice read. Almost 5 years. Have a great time at QV. Pub capsule.
Yep.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never.
Never.
Ever.
Ever.
Take away my space game.
Ghost 1800 just resubscribed for 59 months. Hope the trip goes well.
Thank you so much for that 59 months of support there, Ghost.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Shinobi Trip _ just resubscribed for 29 months.
Thank you so much for that 29 months of support there, Shinobi. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking tonight. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh. I'm excited. I'm more than happy. It's more than I'm happy that I got it done because I needed to update the stream PC because in my current rig is a 1070 Super.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never.
Never. Hey, no.
Ever.
I can dance. It's fine.
Take away my space
Luna.
game.
I love you, Mom.
Gifted Lunam, a membership. Luna Maria celebrates 21 months of membership. Almost 2 years.
Thank you so much for that.
PC can power a quantum drive lol.
It probably can. Thank you so much for that 2 years of almost 2 years of support there, Luna. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive. Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's room for good night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Timed that on purpose. Sorry it took me so long to get started. I needed to build that. I literally I've discovered now my least favorite part of building a PC is if I have an AIO, is putting the freaking AIO together. It's the most frustrating, and because it's not just like putting the radiator in, it's putting the radiator in, putting the fans on, putting the radiator in, and then whatever fiddly device is used for the cooler. Yeah, I may have to pop it open and fix it. The actual cooler's like leaning out a little bit. So I may have to pull it out and reseat it. We'll get that done at some point. Well, they're quieter. So, well, I mean, it's there, and I tried tightening it down. So it may just be, and I jiggled it, I messed with it, and I made sure it's thick. It's there. It's stuck. It's properly installed. It's just it looks like it's leaning. I don't think it is. I think it's part of the design. So, but I'll have to like unseat it and then like reseat it and make sure I can fix it and see if that helps. Yeah, I will. I mean, so here's the thing. Well, yeah, it's also not a gaming PC, so it'll probably be fine. The only thing it'll run hot on is on CPU and other things, but it looks fine. It felt fine when I did a lot of like stability tests and stuff like that. It's also looking weird because I'm at a weird angle. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, the RAM always gets in the way of stuff. But, yeah, I hate that part. Because, like, I tried to attach it, and what was taking me so long was that when I seated it in, it was locked in, and I was trying to twist the little knobs to tighten the CPU down, and it was tightening well on one side. It wasn't tightening on the other side. So I loosened the other side, and I tightened the top the top a little bit more. And as I tightened the top a little bit more, it seated a little bit better. And then I tightened the bottom, and it was still leaning out a little bit. It's like, I did a live PC build with my my gaming PC, but I wasn't gonna do a live PC build with the stream PC. Opinion on the Neo Mantis, we'll get there in a moment. So this is where it gets to the other thing. Here's the thing, chat. Yeah, it's the pump, not the radiator. But that's the problem, is that the pump itself needs to be seated really tightly on it. So. But that leads us to the other thing. Quantum Vegas is this Saturday. I am leaving. My flight to Vegas is tomorrow, super early in the morning. Like, if I ended the stream when I normally did, and I got up in the time I needed to go to the flight, I would literally have like less than 4 hours of sleep. So as a result, instead of me just sleeping, I'm going to stream for, let's see, it's almost 9 o'clock right now my time, so like 5 hours. That's what I mean. Just don't sleep, Vegas, baby. So my wife is driving me to the plane. So I'm gonna stay up until, enough time, like right before I have to leave. I'm gonna finish packing, and then I'm going to go. I'm gonna wake my wife up, and she's gonna drive me to the airport. So I should be in Vegas by like early afternoon. So I'll probably just be sleeping on the plane. Yeah, good to see you. We'll hopefully see you soon, Grim. You're on Eastern time, so you get to Vegas around 4:30 p.m. My flight leaves at 7 a.m. tomorrow, so I have to leave at 3 a.m. to get to JFK by 5 a.m. Yeah. So, Execute was here earlier saying, what about the Genesis update? So, specifically, Ollie Brown was on Spectrum doing a bunch of discussions. So he did a bunch of things. I'll pull it up. We'll look at that real quick. So he posted a lot about 2 days ago. He talked about Vulcan. Okay, 3 days ago. He talked about Planetech V5, Genesis. Yeah, okay. Are you doing any non-stressors and touristy things like in Vegas, any magic shows, etc.? Probably not. I'm probably just going to enjoy the event, because I'm going to be helping them run it as well. So I'm not just going there as a fan. I'm a moderator, so I have to be there early and help them set up stuff, that kind of thing. I'm effectively helping to volunteer. So let's take a look at the first reply from Vulcan. Ollie Brown, following on my previous message about the topic, helpfully paced by Dr. Fibes below, we've been integrating the latest renderer and other tech from Squadron 42 over to Star Citizen's main branch and about to begin testing and bug fixing. But don't get too excited just yet. It can take quite some time to get the patch stream into the patch stream and the actual public release. All depends on how successful the testing is. This will include major changes to Vulcan, some upscaling changes, and both CPU and GPU optimizations. Although some larger optimizations will come slightly later, global elimination will unfortunately not be included, as that needs more optimization and is still missing a few features for Star Citizen that Squadron 42 didn't need. For example, supporting your tint system, our tint system. I always thought there was taint system, and I'm like, Ollie, woo, Ollie. So, yeah, let's keep going down. Great to hear. The tint system, could you expand on that, please? Or just an ambient lighting layer? Or is it how color is rendered? Or is it how hex codes type of thing? Looking forward to 10 pound 42 video once these stuff in public hands. Literally, there's already a 10 pound 42 video on this. The tint system allows us to recolor assets and swap out decals from a library of tint palettes. It's used as part of the skin paint system for vehicles and items, but it's also more extensively in environments to allow much greater reuse of assets and to keep color themes consistent across many assets. Each tint palette defines a primary, secondary, and tertiary color, gloss, and specularity values for each, a set of 3 logo/decal masks with 3 associated colors, and a glass color. Artists can set up hierarchies of tint palettes, such as the whole building can be assigned as a hierarchical tint palette that will correctly assign individual tint palettes to each separate element. For example, the exterior versus interior versus HABs, etc. The GI system obviously needs to understand that the color of the walls to be able to correctly bounce light, and for the most part, it already does. But in some cases, the system falls back to cube maps, transparent objects, and distant secondary rays. These cube maps have geometry and materials baked in, and this is the part that doesn't currently support this. Okay. Are we getting HDR with this Vulkan update? It's been the main thing keeping me on DX11 so far. Yep. Are you going to let Sylvan start the VR once Vulkan update is out? The EAC heartbeat has blocked the use of existing VR solutions with the closure of the bypass that enabled them. I'm not Sylvan's boss, engine team, but there's no official public update on the VR to give this at this time. All right. Vulkan currently has a problem that causes crashes on desktop. It happens quite often. Judging by the error, the local or physical device has been lost. This may be due to video memory leak. Since the problem occurs, many users switch back to DirectX, and don't test Vulkan, and this leads to fewer reports. Is a fix planned in the near future, or will this be fixed with a future major patch for Vulkan? 2. DLSS 4, Transformer Model Preset K, is currently causing some artifacts. The most noticeable is in the distortion on the volumetric cloud effects, example in the video. Is it possible to fix this as part of the developers, or is this an NVIDIA problem? I would not like to abandon DLSS 4 as the graphics quality improves with it. I can't really advise on specific crashes for Vulkan Star Citizen right now because they're mostly reported in general GPU driver crashes, with no clear cause until further investigation. The code you're running is over a year old, and we've changed so much in the main branch in that time, including many such GPU crash fixes, but also the addition of various GPU error reporting systems. So I'd hope these issues will be resolved, and we're not aware of any issues with specific hardware with our internal testing. That's a tiny sample size versus the public. So if we do find such an issue, there would likely be a point to resolve it with DX11, which is still available. Regarding visual issues with DLSS 4, there's a very little control a developer has over this. We provide basic information about the scene, color, depth, and motion, but DLSS has no specific game provided knowledge about fog or transparency. So there's generally nothing we can do. So on an engine graphics point of view, where would you draw the line between keeping things as they are and leaving code in to potentially degrade and cause issues in the future, year stability, playability, and then deciding to implement those changes, which we all know will come with their own issues? How do you decide when it's the right time to implement those changes to actually make the things more stable and improve performance? The whole point of this initiative. Because last time this stuff was talked about, CIG said that they didn't want to make an update to the engine and or graphics just in case it makes things worse. But we know when these changes, come in, then it won't be smooth sailing either. It's a kind of a troll question, but Ali, as always, tackled it because Ali's a beast. In general, the graphics team have always wanted both protects to keep in sync, largely because that's at least the least painful for us. But this isn't a one-man show, and there are larger priorities at play. The largest complication is code dependencies. It's very hard to stop largely unrelated changes becoming dependent on one another. And this means you very soon end up in a position of either taking all new code with its risks and distractions from the wider project goals, for example, stability and playability, or you spend ages unpicking everyone's code. Nobody wants to do this. We all want to crack on with the shiny new tech. So the graphics team didn't make the call here. We're just very vocal and very persistent. Thank you. I felt like it was the only one who noticed the mentions in DLSS 4 graphical bug. I just didn't have any words. On volumetric lighting, instead of fading away, it's like it washes away like ink or watercolor, and especially ruins dark volumetric environments. Too bad, as DLSS 4 is a dramatic graphical improvement, I've had to disable due to this. This occurred on Dune when I used DLSS 4 override on the NVIDIA app, but the DLSS 4 is a native in-game settings, so I don't need to use the override, and no volumetric graphical issue. Only when I override do I see the same issue in Dune. If you're forcing DLSS4 via driver injection, then this might be missing some of the data the game normally provides. So it's not impossible this will improve once we have native support. Can you make sure to implement AMD's FSR4 upscaling drivers, please? Thank you. I'll check with the status for this, but last I checked, DX11 is holding us back here. No DX11 support for FSR4, and not trivial to link both versions of FSR in one release. I'd look for that, yeah. Any update about Vulkan? Vulkant. Vulkan take a while. Is there any more major features, bug smashing optimizations, or work to be done with Vulkan for Squadron 42? There are always more optimizations to make. It's a major priority for many devs to optimize both games right. That's what I've been hearing from my sources inside CIG. They basically say the same thing, where they're like nose to the grindstone with it. You want to touch the beard? Are you coming to Vegas? Because you might be able to touch it there, Mr. Flick. It isn't the year of stability playability. It's the year of shifting as many personnel to Squadron 42 as feasible to hopefully finish it. Yes and no. It's clear what the main priority was for CIG was to fix the problems they already had. So the mission system, the ATC system, the transit system in general, all were huge overhauls. And they also knew that they needed to continue to produce content. And from my guess is that CIG said, we're going to use this year to figure out how to make narrative, what is it called? Games as a service updates to Star Citizen. How do we write this? What are the missions that work? What are the missions that don't work? What can our engine do? What can't our engine do? How can we speedline processes like doing mocap and voice acting? Is it possible to cut corners here, to build up materials here? So while a lot of people get anxious about it, the problem is, and this is the thing that I think a lot of players and just people who are just casual followers of Star Citizen don't understand, is that Star Citizen takes fucking forever. And CIG is not a nimble machine. They are a fucking gigantic ocean liner. To turn their boat takes months. So whatever they started doing in January has finally come out this last 2 months. So 6 to 7 months to do one thing. So whatever they're starting to do right now or started to do last month probably is not going to come out till the end of the year. Some things are faster, some things are slower. Like we saw the ladder updates were supposed to come to 4.3, but they actually came to 4.2.1 because they were done earlier. But in general, it just takes CIG a long time. And it will take them a long time to do everything, which is one of the reasons why I am much more... I've always been of the opinion that CIG needs to just get shit in and then fix it later, because the longer they take to make it, the longer it's going to take for them to fix it. You know, whatever they do now this year, they're going to have to fix whatever they put in or continue to fix it throughout next year and so on and so forth. And so, like, because from the sources I have who work on the Squadron 42, I asked them if there was any, if there were people moving from Star Citizen, and they said that they hadn't really seen it. Like they hadn't experienced the people moving over, because they work in the same offices as people who work for Star Citizen, and they talk with the people who work on Star Citizen, and so like they would have known if the people they've talked to had moved over to their team from Star Citizen, and they just said, nah, it's not really what we have right now. So at least to the people I talked to, it doesn't seem like people are moving over to Squadron 42. From Star Citizen or from Squadron? From Star Citizen to Squadron. I haven't seen a lot of that. I haven't heard any of that. What I've been hearing from the team at Squadron is everything's on fire, but they're slowly putting out the fires one at a time, and they're hoping the fire doesn't spread as much. It's getting better. It's getting better all the time, but it fucking sucks. Yeah, the ATC transit stuff that they fixed was a temporary fix. They haven't even finished the ATC transit refactors, the transit system. We had an update on it, I think, a month or two ago. In the monthly report, they talked about what they were working on it, but it's not done. And if you watch the interview with Benoit of Bolt during the earlier in this year, he was pretty explicit. It's gonna take a while. So while these things take a while, they're going to be the priority. Random Sci-Fi Show comment. I finally started Foundation last night. It made me want to play Star Citizen and the board game Twilight Imperium. Neat. I hope Squadron 42 will be a good game. It doesn't need to be a grand or games worthy, just a good game. I've always said that the advantage that CIG has compared to other games companies is because they have Star Citizen. Squadron 42 doesn't need to make all of its money back, to be successful. As long as it continues to sell, it has good word of mouth and does well and continues to sell over years, then it'll do what it's supposed to do. Because there is not a lot of money that CIG owes to the few investors they have. It is a lot of money, but not in comparison to what a release of Squadron is likely to do, or even a release of 1.0 Star Citizen. But that money injection will help them continue to work on the game. You'll hear people, even if Squadron 42 does well, if it doesn't make like $1 trillion, people will say, or $1 billion, people will say, it didn't make its money back, it's a financial failure. But it's like, it's not in the same boat. It doesn't have the same rules as most video games do. It didn't take it doesn't have a publisher that's supporting them that requires an X amount of money back in order for it to be a financial success. They do have investors, which can, pull the money out if they want to, but they also make money from being investors. They get any of the profits that come in. And every time they've had a chance to pull that ripcord and leave, they have chosen not to do it. In fact, they even chose to double and triple down in their investment, and they're friends of Chris. So, it's quite clear that they're here for the long haul. They want to see this succeed. Either, this is a fucking shot. I'd love to talk to the Calders and understand their reasoning, but, and this might be a long shot, they might just be fans. They might just be Star Citizen fans who are friends with Chris and said, hey, we'll help you out, buddy. I want to see this game succeed too. Yeah, and we all know that when Star Citizen when Squad 42 releases, it will boost sales for Star Citizen as well. They'll have cross promotion. That's why I find Star Citizen, I like the game. Obviously, I want to see it succeed, but I also, from a development standpoint, I find it fascinating because I don't see any other. Oh, you just updated that one. I don't see any other game that has this advantage. See, I just playing with a loaded deck. I don't know what Automod did to you. I'm not seeing Automod come up. Anyway, I really like the price point. What do you think the price points? 60, 80, 70, 60, 90? If CIG is smart, it's $50. If they're smart, it's $50 to $60. a $60 game with an $80 special edition on Steam that has like the soundtrack and some other cool stuff, and Star Citizen attached. They need to market Squadron 42 as a Star Citizen game. They don't. In fact, I think they would do better to not. Because to tie it with Star Citizen is to eventually tie it to the negative outcome of Star Citizen. What they need to do is release Squadron 42, market Squadron 42 as Squadron 42, and then after it's released, promote it as a Star Citizen game. Yeah, exactly. You put it at the end of the screen. Continue your adventures and continue adventures in the verse of Squadron 42 in the MMO Star Citizen. And when you do your marketing events for Star Citizen, saying in the world of Squadron 42, come join Star Citizen. You know. I don't think Star Citizen is a slur in the gaming space. I still believe earnestly that nobody's really fucking heard of this game. Like, just generally, nobody cares. The people who are the vast majority of people who have heard of Star Citizen have heard it in passing as either neat potential, or maybe a scam, or both. The people who are like, this game is a scam and it's going to take your money and fuck your wife, those people are like a fraction of a percent of the gaming sphere. And the people who are like, Chris Roberts is literally Jesus, he touched me and cured my cancer, are, again, literally a fraction of the gaming space. This game doesn't have an audience. It has a dedicated fan base, but it doesn't have an audience yet. Yeah, Reddit is not the gaming sphere. Most people who play video games don't go to Reddit. Jacaro, do not take offense to this if you're watching me. You are a very small percentage of the gaming space. If you've been following Star Citizen for any length of time, even for a couple of days, you are a tiny minority of the gaming community. So if you talk to people about Star Citizen, it's most likely those people are also part of the tiny bubble. Like, the Hey, welcome everyone for Tailcast Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker 1, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Tie Crown. I thought it was an L. Is it tie or T? Or is it T2 Crown? Usually like T. That works. No, it wasn't canceled. I'm not going to pull it up. I was building a stream PC. Last moment, I was able to secure enough funds so that I could finish up building my stream PC, that I had pieces laying around already for it. So I decided to build it because I had time. So I just delayed it a little bit. I'm good. I'm going to be staying up pretty late, y'all. I'm going to be here for another 5 hours. Yeah, another 5 hours, maybe 5.5. Because because my flight for Vegas to go to Quantum Vegas is super early in the morning, so I'm leaving I have to like leave my house like only like less than 4 hours after I would normally ended the stream. I fly out tomorrow morning, like super early. Basically, what I'm going to do is, because it's a pretty sparsely populated flight, I'm going to leave early. I'm going to leave. Get my wife's going to drive me there. She's sleeping right now, so my wife's going to drive me to the airport. I'm going to get on the plane. I'm going to pass out for an hour, and then I'm going to get on my other plane. And then, because it's a layover, and then I'm going to go to get to Vegas. When I get to Vegas, I'll get there before, like, I think it's like before noon or like around noon. I'll go check in the hotel, and I'm going to take a nap until Bar Citizen, and then go back to sleep. Did you see the dev response on Spectrum that the airlock pick we all thought was the Perseus is actually the Apollo? I did, yeah. It's a long time to talk about the nothing burger Meteor. I love combat ships, but I'm ready for and I'm so ready for nothing but industry and or gameplay category ships. But I know that not many ships are in yet. So supposedly no ships until their loop is in Vision Cycle Insanity. Yeah. Question: will there be broadcasts from Quantum Vegas? From individual streamers and content creators, maybe, but from the actual official source, no. We will be recording the event, portions of the event, and be going live. The only thing that will be live streamed is the Machinimo Awards, which we do at the end of the day. Parsons should be fun. Just got hang out with Meg and her wife today. I was super excited about this weekend. Yeah, I met her and her wife at Parsons. I believe in squadroning Star Citizen because the project is way ambitious for me to want one to succeed. Call me a crazy naive optimist, but I generally want most games to succeed. There's no games that I'm sitting here going like, I want you to fail, because most games are made by people, artists who want cool shit to get done, and they spend years of their life on it. So I always want games that people are passionate about to succeed. All right, let's go back to watching. We're going through Ali Brown and his posts on Spectrum a couple days ago. So he talked a lot about Vulkan. He talked about Genesis, that kind of stuff. Sync CPU to GPU. Hello, as per title, can we get a sync CPU GPU option in the graphic settings? If this Invictus showed anything, it's that a lot of newcomers are struggling with stuttering across hardware configurations. My observations from other games that implement CPU GPU sync is a rather positive one, but from what I know what is done in DX API, not Vulkan. I'm not clear what you're asking. Can you please screenshot the setting you're referring to from another game? Syncing CPU and GPU hurts performance. It literally means to force one of them and wait for the other. Every game does this. Every game does need to sync them, but you do it very carefully and for the bare minimum time. There's no way that doing more syncing would result in more performance, but perhaps I misunderstood the question. I think they mean VSync to prevent stuttering. Oh, because Vulkan is on by default. That's why. One of the things that I always am pretty sure about is that when you see new players come in to play the game, if you're seeing stuttering, it's either going to be a Vulkan issue or it's you don't have an SSD. It's required to have an SSD to play Star Citizen. We want greedy studio CEOs to fail. I don't want greedy studio CEOs to have money, but I do want the studios, the devs that run those games to succeed. Tell me some of the ands to the questions so I can wing some fat Star Citizen loot. Oh, win some fat Stars. Sure. I don't want games to fail because that means a lot of people behind them may lose their jobs due to studio closures, or unless you work for Microsoft, you might lose your job on a good game anyways. That's just the game industry these days. You ship a game and it fails, fired. If you ship a game and it does okay, fired. You ship a game and it does amazing, fired. What's the upper limit as far as the Planet Tech V5 will be able to render ground to cover foliage like grass? Hello, my most anticipated feature coming is the greater density and diversity coming with Planet Tech V5, particularly foliage rendering. Looking at the Genesis presentation from Star Citizen or from CitizenCon 2954, grass appears to be rendering much further in the distance than we have now, hundreds of meters versus tens of meters. What might we expect in terms of upper limit? Thank you. Can't provide specific distance of rendering of grass meshes until we release Genesis/V5, and it's fully optimized. However, a core pillar of this tech is to avoid any popping or color changes on approach. So when the grass mesh disappears, it will be replaced by textures with similar appearance. And beyond that, you'll see the same green patches of grass from orbit. This is not a problem most games need to solve and has been a significant challenge. See if you did anything else. Nope. Genesis status. Hello, do you have any updates for the Genesis integration for planet creation in the game? Or whether in tech preview or live? The planet creation aspect of Genesis is progressing well. It's a major focus for myself and many others. I can't share a timeline for its release yet, but it'll likely start with one planet before rolling out to others and more diverse biomes, rather than a massive full replacement. This will allow us to roll it out sooner. We hope that the rate of planet production after this point will increase significantly due to the massively streamlined art process. As for the specific tech features, most of the infrastructure is now done, but there are a few important visual features left, and then 2 major tech changes to achieve the desired performance, and then a bunch of smaller tasks. If I had to put a percentage on it, maybe 75%, but it's incredibly hard to be precise. So CIG confirms they are 75% done with Genesis. Problem is we don't know how long it took them to get to that 75% because they only talked about it last year. That's some amazing news, Ali. Thanks for sharing. With regards to starting with one planet, would this be something like Microtech, which I understand was already partially demoed with V5 or CC224, or would a new planet be possible to show off, or even a small moon? I hope you'll forgive me, but I'm going to dodge this question. Plans can change, and I don't want our currently planned planet to lead to any assumptions or speculation. Thank you, Vastin. Will Genesis allow for increased planet size? I remember this being mentioned in the previous SCL episode. Is this still a priority, or has it been put on hold, or even taken off the table entirely? There are no particularly hard limits on current planet sizes. We could increase their size without too much effort. But with the current tech and gameplay, I'm not sure it'd be a better game. It just increases travel time and makes the repetition of certain visual elements more apparent. We don't plan on increasing the size of V5 planets at the moment, but once it's complete, we'll likely reassess the sizes that makes the most sense for us. But that might be to stick with what we have now. Size doesn't matter. Does the state of the servers with server meshing impact enabling planetary orbiting? I'm guessing there's a major work with we need to do things like QT boosting to be put in before it gets put on. I believe the biggest issues with orbits are the star map being upgraded, I believe, and QT. Totally solvable issues, but not simple in a game of this scale with server meshing and persistence. If they want to allow base building, they need to limit one shard to 5-star systems to maximize to a maximum of 2 to 3K players. Otherwise, you'll have bases everywhere, each 50 kilometers, and that's not really immersive. I hope they increase planet moon sizes from 1 to 10 to 1 to 5 or greater. I live much closer to my neighbor than 50 kilometers, but I don't have any up-to-date information on the expected density of our bases. But our current planets have a lot of empty space. We have crunched the numbers previously. Ali B. I do have a question about the planets, the one that's been brought up a lot with friends and org mates. On these new systems, does the tech space out the rocks more? There we go. With our current planets and moons in game, it's often a nightmare to drive any tracked or wheeled vehicle with all the car-sized boulders that block all movement. Boulders will both be more dense and less dense. They'll be positioned more realistically, following natural erosion patterns in the landscape. So there'll be areas near the bottom of valleys that will be quite dense, but further down the valley, it might be totally rock-free. Hopefully this will make driving more enjoyable and more about picking a good path around the landscape rather than an exercise in dodging randomly spawned rocks. We also are aiming for rocks and rocky areas to be visible further away, which should aid in route planning. That's good. It's not games failing, that's corporate puke and MBA geniuses obsessed with fiduciary responsibility instead of business success. I think games companies being publicly traded was the biggest mistake that games companies could ever make. Because when it becomes pleasing the investors and not making a good game, you're never going to make a good game. And you can see this because pretty much all of the games which have been super important to the gaming industry or have had huge impacts were made by smaller dev teams, many of whom have no fiduciary responsibility in them. They're just run by a bunch of friends and friends and stuff like that. Boltero, I believe, it may have had a publisher, but I don't think it was like a huge publisher. Not a publicly traded company, at least. Expedition 33, similar thing. What's the current one about climbing? The climbing one where you it's like a co-op climbing game made by the Dark Souls Crab developers. Peak, yeah. Fun fact: Peak was made by a combo team of the people who made the Crab Dark Souls game. And who was it? Content Warning? Yeah, Content Warning. Like those two teams got together because one of them is from, I think one of the teams is like Scandinavian. They might be like Danish, and the other one's from South Korea. So they got together in South Korea, rented an Airbnb for like a month, and built Peak. Yeah, like I'm of the opinion that generally speaking, the best, most innovative companies that exist today, in general, but especially in video games, are non-publicly owned. They're not publicly traded. Because once you become publicly traded, you are no longer a games company. You are not making video games, you are making products. And you might as well be Procter & Gamble or Coke. You're making products to sell, not games to play. And the reason why you see all these companies struggling is because you cannot grow infinitely with video games forever because the video games are a niche market comparatively. Right here. Ali Brown talked a little bit about Genesis and what's going up. This is all on Spectrum. Does the state of the servers with meshing impact enabling planetary orbiting? I'm guessing there's a major... we read through that one. If they allow base building... We already got to that one. I do have a question about planets. One has been brought up a lot with friends and org mates. On these new systems, does the tech space out the rocks more with their current planets? Okay, yeah, we already talked about that one. Speaking of driving, is there any chance roads, both paved and unpaved, are included in planetary generation tech? Roads are not part of the current batch of work for V5. We've yet to decide what comes with next for planets. Roads are a big contender, but possibly more likely would be more weather-related features, and these probably bring more gameplay. But the visuals for dirt roads would already be possible in V5. We can adjust soil and rocks very easily now. It's the tools for easy and logical placement and potential optimization that would be the main problem to solve. Man-made roads would, however, need more visual work. I've been saying this for months now. Roads aren't coming, y'all. Roads are a post-release feature. As long as they manage to make so that not everywhere you go is a fucking boulder field, people will be okay with it. Any vote with volumetric clouds on Stanton moons, Lyra is Utrepe, Silo, and Calliope come with Planetary Tech V5. V5 is not linked to any changes in the clouds. So when any specific planet moon gets clouds, it's already completely in the hands of art and design. All right, last one. 21.9 ultra-wide pillar boxing. Hey, Ali Brown, any other UI, UX people, on the aspect ratios of 21:9, we still have black bars to the left and right of the game menus. Now, I know it's not an urgent thing and not all important for you guys, but after many years of this, would it be really nice to get touch to get 21:9 supported for the game menu UI, UX? I think you could touch this up this year, finally. Thanks. The main menu uses the ancient Flash scaleform rendering system, which has major issues with performance due to ancient and creaking third-party code. As such, it has been superseded internally with a new system. The UI is going to be reworked with this new system, and we'll make sure that widescreen support is in the requirement list. Neat. Vulkan allows us to spread the work over many CPUs, greatly benefiting from multi-core system. But the total amount of processing is quite similar. Nothing moves from CPU to GPU or vice versa from Vulkan itself. Though there are some graphics techniques that can be implemented to move from CPU to GPU. And some of these are future options for us. But a large chunk of CPU costs you see in Star Citizen aren't related to rendering. So that's the holy grail. Nice. Where we're going, we don't need roads. All right. Let's watch this bad boy. The thing that everyone's been mad at.
Meteor is, at its core, a medium fighter you can spend your time on, you can live on it. It's got everything you'd need to live out in space.
Take off. What did you first think when you heard we were taking the Mantis chassis and making a new fighter?
The Mantis is a wonderful ship. I just like fighters more.
I was excited because the Mantis is quite a well-known ship.
We want to give justice to the Mantis, but we also want to make it more aggressive, more sleek. And
Exploration Mantis.
I think we got to it.
Starting with the front, first thing that you're going to notice on this bad boy is the 2 bespoke size 5 ballistic cannons that we ended up adding.
They're massive guns, and who doesn't like?
So someone asked earlier, because we talked about how like CIG doesn't like to do bespoke ships anymore. They do kits with smaller bespoke parts. Someone asked, why do they do bespoke weapons though? You say that they don't do bespoke, but they do bespoke weapons. This, in terms of modeling, is just another gun that they modeled differently. And if it was from scratch, that takes a significant less amount of time than pulling something in, like, I guess Maya or a 3D Max or whatever they're using, and sculpting out a shape to be able to then, and adding greebles and everything to be able to make it work. This is probably a kit bash of other weapons as well, even though it's bespoke just for the ship. So.
Massive guns.
If you've never used a cannon before, they'll be very low rate of fire, but the amount of damage that you're going to do when you hit is absolutely insane. Repeaters, you're going bam, 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 bam. Gatling is just brrrr. Cannons are bam, 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 bam. Enemy down. Devastating in the hands of a skilled pilot.
As you come around, you can see the similarities between the Polaris and the Meteor. It's like you took a Mantis exterior and then asked the person who made the Polaris exterior to find a middle ground.
When I was working on this, I took like a lot of inspiration from the Polaris. I worked on the exterior of that ship for a long time, so I think it's absolutely ingrained in my mind. Although the RSI style of what was back then and what it is now is different, and so there was like this balance that I had to hit.
Underneath, we have a size 4 hardpoint.
That's an Aurora. I just realized. Someone mentioned at some point, I don't remember who, so this is just more of a trust me bro thing. Someone said that they're reworking the Aurora, which is why it was taken off of the starter ship lineup. I could be wrong on that one, but just take this and this, like this part right here, and that's the Aurora silhouette. Oh, X, you're saying that? Okay.
Underneath, we have a size 4 hardpoint that can fit on size 4 rack, single S4 missiles. You can swap those down to 2 size 3s, 4 size 2s, or 8 size 1s.
The way the hatch is open at the bottom.
Which means you could put bombs on this thing.
And that whole new like lower section, it kind of like fattens it up a bit, and it just looks a little bit more aggressive, which to me is never a bad thing.
No, you can't. Damn.
Interior, as soon as you end up going up the ramp that's had a nice little lighting effect added for it, you'll go in and see that the inside has been completely remodeled from the old Mantis interior.
The Zeus did so much for bringing that interior design language for RSI forward. Thank you, Montreal team. It's a lot sleeker now. There's these really clear blue lines that run through the core of the ship. They go up the walls onto the...
Before anyone asks, this is not a Navy ship. This is a civilian ship.
Ceiling.
How I know that is because they just thanked the Zeus team. And I know that RSI has 2 distinct styles. They have civilian / industry and military. This is the civilian style.
They frame the parts of your room. You've got nice floor mats as well. It just feels more cohesive. So the cockpit is all framing your eye towards that massive glass canopy that you're familiar with on the Mantis. We've taken the Zeus seat to another level, improving the back-end workflow of how we use it, which is going to improve all RSI ships going forward.
Turning around from the seat, you can catch really quick that we do have a button. And when you press that, you will have a weapon rack that's coming out of the floor.
There's a scene in John Wick where he hits the floor with a sledgehammer to reveal all of his guns and the stash. And we were like, we can't do that, but we could make kind of a secret button on the bulkhead that pops out the floor. So every ship I work on, I make sure to put some kind of inspection sticker on that lists the designers and artists that worked on it.
That's neat.
And for this ship, we've added someone else.
Someone else?
Yeah, okay, let me redo that.
No, I'll be someone else.
The paints on this one were
Disco.
fun to do. We wanted to kind of get that iridescence going, and yeah, I feel like we covered a wide spectrum of tastes.
Is this one of
Default,
Disco's
we ended up
babies?
changing out for our darker paint tone. This way you'll be a little bit stealthier. I think it looks really cool. We have our red one,
Like that.
our gold one, teal one, and then probably my personal favorite, our disco livery.
Listen,
You know, you're trying to bring the ship to a new level whilst also
This is
paying
Disco's baby.
homage to what it was. And it was a really unique challenge that I really appreciated getting the chance to work on.
Who is this ship for?
It's for Jared.
It's not for me. Might be for people like me. Who's this ship for?
For people who likes to look cool and play cool.
For people who want to have a daily flyer that packs a huge punch.
This should be for me. That's it.
It's for your militaristic fighter that just wants that ship they're never going to stop driving.
Who is this ship for?
John Wick.
that's brilliant. All right. Yeah, it feels like an interceptor, likely. Should have asked Buster to do a proper Keanu. Yeah. Starliner, Jalopy, and Meteor. Yeah. Medium fighter. It could be a medium fighter. Medium fifter. My only question is, will an SCU box fit up the elevator? Probably not on one SCU box. One SCU might fit. Because one SCU box is about the same outline as a player. It's a long-range medium fighter. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it feels like it kind of has the vibe of like a modified. It's the Delta Flyer. It has the Delta Flyer vibes to it. Yeah, it's certainly combat ship. Someone said it's like a RSI's answer to the Ares. I feel like it's an Ares and a Titan had a baby. It doesn't have the cargo of a Titan, but it has a lot of the value of a Titan. It has a bed where you can sleep in. It has sort of an interior space. It has space for things for you to put stuff. But it's mostly for combat. Nova class shuttles, yeah. I've been summoned to make the best faces. Boom. Yes, someone said, Buster, that they should have asked you to do a John Wick character. How you doing, Buster? You excited about King of the Hill new season? I'm excited for Superman. I've been hearing people say that Superman's good, but I'm not gonna be able to see it until next weekend. So, yeah, I saw you post the new trailer on Blue Sky, so I watched that. Looks good. USS Nova class was an episode of Star Trek Voyager. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. The like the short range explorer one. Yeah. Or no, that was maybe was that the experimental one? Prepare to be disappointed with Superman. I saw it yesterday, 6.5 out of 10. I'm expecting it to be a campy homage to sort of the DC universe. The Equinox. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I think what Luna is talking about is the Nova, the USS Nova, which was that experimental ship that Starfleet sent out into to help get the Voyager crew. No. Was the Equinox a Nova class? Okay. So yeah, I know. Yeah, the Equinox. Then yeah, I know what they're referring to. Yes, I know the Dauntless was an alien trick. See, Daddy, I was trying not to spoil people who hadn't seen that episode. I know it's been freaking 30 years since that episode's been out, but you know. I don't remember all the names of the various ships. But I do remember the Equinox, the one where they talked with that one crew or that one group of that one alien group, and they were like harvesting the aliens to speed up their warp drive capabilities. The ship that didn't have the hollow grid, yeah. Isn't that the ship from? No, not Genesis. What's the name of the one that was like the animated cartoon where they had Janeway in it? That reminded me a lot of the Dauntless. Prodigy? Prodigy? Okay.
Genesis.
I'll look it up. Let's pull it up. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, because you don't. Yep. This is what it looks like. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, I can see it. It's very stumpy. But yeah, I can see that sort of design style. The thing I really liked about the Constellation, the Aurora, and the Mantis was they have Utopia Planitia. They have the Starfleet style to them. And I didn't see that with the Zeus, which, to be fair, the Zeus is supposed to be kind of an older ship. But the Genesis has a little bit of that. The Arastra has a little bit of it. And I'm hoping that the Aurora, when it gets redone, has more of that style to it.
Genesis.
Fun fact, in both universes and both in-universe and production planning, the Nova was one of the designs being considered for the ship that would ultimately become the Defiant class. Yeah, someone said that earlier. Neat. It's one of those things I really like about Star Citizen is it makes they make different styles, and each of those styles meets various different science fiction aesthetics, and yet they all work together, which is neat. Oh yeah, I forgot the Apollo. The Apollo is also in that same sort of style. What'd you miss? We talked about, we watched the video on the Meteor. We watched we went through the updates on Genesis and other features like Vulcan and stuff like that Ali Brown posted about two days ago. And someone was talking about the Nova. Also, here we go. I will show this off because it's been an hour now. I got started late. There's a reason I got started late. It's this. I have a new stream PC. The advantage of having the new stream PC and a new gaming PC is now I can PC of Theseus the shit. And that's also true, Iris. I do hate all of you. Because I hate robots, and the only people who would actually watch me, the only people who would ever watch me for multiple hours talking about nothing are people who are robots. It's my first rig that I had to build with the radiator for an AIO on the front. So that was a little nerve-wracking, but it's fine. I will learn the human ways. This month has been the least productive month I've ever had in content creation. But it's been nice to relax. I'll say that. This last week I just said fuck it, I'm not going to worry that much, and just focused on relaxing. So I have both. I have done both. Played a bunch of video games. I have ranked up to diamond level 2 on Mecha Break. Mecha Break is a fun game. I've learned a little bit more how to play it. However, the one thing that I've been solidified by playing Mecha Break is there are not enough mech in general PvE and co-op games. What is this? What did I say? Virus. I do hate all of you. Yes, of course. I have tried Dune. I've played, I think 10 hours of Dune or so. It's fun, it's fine, but it was never my game. It was never a game that I was going to play forever. The other mech PvA game that got shut down after only 3 months. Fucking hate Elysinus. Elysinus is the most annoying fucking mech to fight, but I also find them to be mostly, they're not very dangerous. But like, you need some sort of progression in a mech game, so it feels like you're doing things. So you can upgrade your weapons and stuff like that. You need to have a good loop, and you need to have, you need a way of playing it without having to play with other people or playing against other people. I missed X Steel. It was mostly like Mecha Break, but it did have one co-op mode, up to 16 people fighting against a horde of NPCs. I've talked about this for a long time, but if EA wants to print money, and I mean print money, all they need to do is take Helldivers and Titanfall and mesh them together. The Helldivers sort of, you know, ongoing galactic war update, this kind of stuff. PvE style with the Titanfall, like gameplay loops and aesthetics. Don't they already print money with FIFA players? Yeah, but I mean like actual video games, not gambling, not slot machines disguised as video games. I don't trust EA to do anything right either. I also don't trust Respawn to do anything right. But we already had that conversation earlier about how I don't think a lot of the larger publicly traded companies that make video games can actually make video games anymore. They might stumble into it, but most of the big games that have come out and most of the games that I've enjoyed a lot recently were like independent games. Mech Warrior with the Helldivers and Persistent War. Yeah. I think if you did a mostly PvE experience, because like my pitch to Respawn would be a extraction shooter in the vein of, what's the one that's coming out pretty soon? The one that's like sort of a diesel punk, like 50s Futurama style extraction shooter where you fight robots. Not Marathon, the other one, the actual good one. Let me look it up. Arc Raiders, yes. something in the vein of Arc Raiders, but like, here's the pitch. The gameplay loop is effectively Titanfall, but mixed with sort of the extraction elements of Arc Raiders and also of Mecha Break, because Mecha Break has its own extraction shooter, which I think if they just had that extraction shooter without PvP elements, it would be an amazing game. Because it's an endurance race. It's basically, you have to save the world, but you also have to survive and extract. More 80s though. Yeah, it's that sort of, I call it the Futurama because it's sort of like the retro aesthetic. And Arc Raiders is one of those games where you don't have to shoot each other because there's no advantage to necessarily shooting you. There's no disadvantage either. There's a lot more disadvantage. But you can take that risk a little bit more because the enemies are like fucking awful. They will raffle stomp you in the face. So like, and being violent to each other is just going to attract other enemies. So you basically just have an infinite scale enemy situation where you play as, where you go to achieve things. You loot things or you achieve mission objectives and then you extract. And you set it in the war between the frontier militia, between the militia and I want to say AIC, but that's wrong. IMC. So you set it in the war between the frontier militia and the IMC, and you're a mercenary. So different conflicts spill over into the frontier, and you can go to each of these conflicts and fight for one or the other side. And so you have sort of a PvP experience, but you're just backing one side or the other in the war. You're not actually fighting each other. And then certain of the hot spots allow for PvP. So you have certain spots in the universe which are, a PvP experience where you're trying to achieve objectives and fight each other and sort of the typical Titanfall sort of thing. But most of them are PvE. So that way you still have some PvP, but the vast majority is PvE. And the focus being on like Helldivers 2, where it's like complete objective and escape sort of thing. Why is there so much love for extraction shooters and Soul-like game? It feels like studios are just making the same type of games that don't really innovate. I think the problem is that they saw Tarkov and they said, Tarkov, people like Tarkov, let's do Tarkov. And most people haven't really innovated. Arc Raiders sort of innovates on that a little bit. I've seen someone describe it as the extraction shooter for people who don't like extraction shooters. But the concept of extraction shooters isn't too far off the mark. Helldivers 2 is an extraction shooter. There's just no loot. You can loot, and loot does help you. But, and there is some loot that will benefit you. But the main goal of a Helldivers 2 mission is the main mission objectives with secondary missions. But it's a head extraction shooter. You go in, you fight enemies, you get stuff, and you extract. Yeah, and extraction shooters, the risk of extraction shooters is you die, you lose what you brought with you. So you lose everything. Yeah. The only thing you extract with is samples and credits, and there's no risk to dying. You don't lose stuff if you die. But if you took the same formula as Helldivers and added elements of losing your gear if you die, and getting new gear or upgrades. Large studios in games or movies don't take risks. Yeah. And that's my point. The thing about extraction shooters is that there are ways you could tweak the formula to make them more engaging for more wider audiences, but it's just there's not a lot of incentive to do so. Same with like Souls likes. You know, there are plenty of Souls likes which aren't Souls, specifically Dark Souls, but they're combinations of different stuff. There's plenty of carbon copy clones, but there's a lot of different styles to it. And you're not going to like when I say this, because I like bringing this up just to make people mad. But if you're a Star Citizen fan, Star Citizen is a Souls clone. You may scream at me now. The idea behind Star Citizen comes from Chris Roberts' experience with Demon Souls. The reason why we have contested zones is because the actual formula behind a Soulsborne experience and an extraction shooter isn't that much different. They're very similar in terms of the actual gameplay loop. The difference is that an extraction shooter is much more focused on the loot, whereas a Soulsborne experience is more on progression. But the kind of the similar idea. You risk your stuff by going into an area. You have to learn a lot about the area itself to be able to function better. And the major difference is that there's more PvP in a Star Citizen in a looter shooter sort of extraction shooter sort of thing. Listen, I heard the music when the Valakar came out. That's just Pedro going off with his with a Souls-like orchestra. I'll put the link in the Spectrum post for y'all. I'll do you one better. I'm going to put up Ollie Brown's posts. There you go. That's all of Ollie Brown's posts. He posted, he's been posting for the last 2 days. The last post was 5 hours ago. He talked about Vulcan. He talked about Ultra Wide. He talked about Genesis, not the Starliner, but the new setup. He talked about Planetech V5, a whole bunch of updates.
Genesis.
All right, I need you all to step away from the goddamn lady. Was this code compiling or something? He may be on break. He may be on vacation. The thing I've discovered about a lot of folks. Oh, neat. I've played and beat all From Software games, and I can say that this is spot on. The frustration of dying all the time and coming back for more. The whole idea behind Star Citizen was inspired by Soulsborne experiences of having to learn and kind of having, and by feeling the pain of losing things. So the risk versus reward element. So, yeah, I am definitely 100% trolling when I say Star Citizen is a Soulsborne, as a Souls-alike. But I'm not that far off. He's supposed to talk about Mass Effect Souls-like. Yeah, there's definitely some Mass Effect vibes in there too. Yeah, he's right. As Star Citizen players need to adapt to bugs of Star Citizen. Hey, Bree. Yeah, it's going well. I'm going to be, I will be leaving for Vegas in soon. In like 7 hours. But I normally stream until like midnight my time, and I wanted to stream. So basically, I'm going to be streaming almost up to the point where I have to leave to go to the flight. So I'll be streaming for a very long time today. How far do you think they've strayed from the ideal, and do you think it's to their benefit? It's hard to tell, because the biggest issue right now is that Star Citizen isn't finished. Like, fundamentally not finished. There are major parts of the game which are yet to be done. There's, it doesn't matter how you feel about that. It's just the truth. And when CIG has that experience ready to go, it's going to be a matter of how do they adapt it. Personally, I don't think CIG has strayed that far at all, because the goal that Chris wanted to achieve with his sort of idea behind Star Citizen was risk versus reward being super important, and as a result, planning being super important. And part of the process of the game itself will be, how prepared are you for the insanity of what's going to happen? Weather, for instance, is a huge part of that, because weather, now that we have planets, weather itself is going to be an element you have to plan for. I'll give you a great example. I don't know if Loken's still here, but Loken was here earlier. Loken and I, when 4.2 first went into PTU, went to go do the, to attempt the Stormbreaker activity. And we missed the location, the drop point, and in an Idris. And the Idris fell from the sky, completely knocked out, flipped over, and landed on its back. And we had to daisy chain our way out of the area towards our friends. And we somehow, miraculously, we only lost one person in that journey and got picked up and rescued. I wish you could have go, but it's a little too expensive. The reason family reunion on the 4th. Oh yeah, no. The only reason I'm able to go is because I have basically points saved up. So the hotel that I'm staying at is free. So I only have to pay for like Uber, taxi services, and food, and the flight. But the flight was like, I think $300 for both. Some more water here, and then get some stay awake juice. Vegas flights are suspiciously cheap. There's a couple of things you have to remember. One is timing, 2 is date, and 3 is the time of the flights. So I intentionally waited until later to purchase the tickets, because you can either purchase them super early and get good flight, or you can purchase them super late. And it doesn't work well if you want to purchase them super late. If it's like Christmas or Easter or, you know, some major event and holiday, then the prices spikes pretty high. But my experience is generally within the 30-day window of a flight being ready, they'll do a lot of deals to try to drop the prices down. And they even may do it like a week before the flight goes out. That's generally what I got. I got some pretty cheap flights. I think it was like a total was, with all of the stupid fees and stuff like that, was like $400 to $500. But the flight themselves were about $150 each way. Quick lore question. I'm writing a script for RP. When did AI get banned, and do you think there's still some of it floating around out there? There guarantee is some AI still floating around out there, being illegally worked on, or has just been around forever. It was banned shortly after the loss of the Artemis mission, which was 2250s, I want to say. $22.32. Isn't the current Imperatrix relaxing AI restrictions? Yes, she wants to relax some of that. But that's a gamble. You're not even in Vegas yet. Effectively, I ended up paying like $500 because I only paid $300, but then you also have taxes, and then you also have the fees for things like, you know, baggage and stuff like that. Yeah, ArcCorp is currently working on an AI. Almost certainly rogue AI is going to be a theme. I have a sneaking suspicion that the depths, ArcCorp's the depths, the municipal works and the depths dungeon that they're working on, the main story behind that is it's going to be a rogue AI. Because they made a big deal about ArcCorp restarting AI development earlier in the lore. And that was like a super big deal of like, you idiots, you're going to cause it all to happen again. So. I'll just say Jort wasn't just working on regen tech. Yeah. See, my theory is what CIG will do with Rogue AI is they just added, or they were working on station security turrets, internal turrets, I believe. And they've been improving the turret systems. And my theory is that the rogue AI will hire some sort of mercenary group to protect them. And they will also use Icties and or Zeus's, the Zeus system, not Zeus like the ship, but Zeus like the actual Titan suits, remotely. because Titan suits and Icties are like perfect boss battles. When's the Meteor coming out? 4/2/1. So next patch. My guess, since the current free flight ends on the 14th, my guess is the next patch is going to come out between the 16th and the 25th. What's my wildest conspiracy theory that you believe to be true IRL or in gaming? That's a hard one. For those of you who don't know, I am fascinated by conspiracies. I have, when I was younger, I like consumed conspiracy theories. It's the same part of my brain that likes history and that likes lore and stories, loves conspiracy theories. So there's lots of great, like, they used to be really obscure and have become more commonplace, like John Titor and Montauk, and I mean, the Philadelphia experiment is pretty common as well. Hollow Moon, there's lots of cool ones. So there's some wild ones that I don't believe in, and there's ones that are more mundane that I believe in, but aren't really wild. So John Titor is a man who claimed that he was a time traveler from the future. And he said that he came from 2032 from Florida, and he was returning to our time period to get a specific computer, which was no longer available in his time, that they needed because it had not a well-known, a very unknown, or not unknown, but it was nearly unknown feature where it could translate specific machine languages into another machine language. And it was like an IBM computer. And they needed that in the future to fix things that had happened, because they had a nuclear war and things were like, they were rebuilding after a nuclear war. And so he posted on Coast to Coast on their website, and actually like faxed in his story to Art Bell, and it had some other, like, he was part of the Time Travel Institute, like the websites, stuff like that. And the crazy thing is that the machine he talked about that had this crazy feature was actually real. That computer was real. That did the code back and forth. And it was so obscure that not many people knew about it outside of really, really diehard tech fans. IBM 5100, thank you. And so on this forum, he explained that like he's a chrononaut. He's not an engineer. So he was just a veteran of the nuclear war, and he came back to do this mission and come back. And they asked, okay, so then how do you deal with paradoxes? He said, you're not the same reality as me. I come from a different reality, a different time splinter. This is before the multiple divergent worlds theories were very popular and or became the main like media zeitgeist that it is now. This is 1999, y'all. This is how early this was. It wasn't unknown of, but it was very much hyping on the many worlds theory of quantum mechanics, like early many worlds theories. Probably the most well-known many worlds theory was probably sliders in terms of that. The idea was that every time something happened, there would be a break. Yeah, TNG and Star Trek in general had some splitting stuff, yeah. No, Back to the Future 2 was it did have, because anything you did changed it in the past. Like it wasn't many worlds theory. It was like you had paradoxes all over the place. But like, it's a fascinating story to go down because, like, it's most likely a lawyer in Florida or his brother who did this, because they've like patented and copywritten it, and like so you can't like tell the story of John Teeter. And the legitimately, there is a legitimate John Teeter anime. They couldn't call it John Teeter, but they reference John Teeter. It's a name they use in it. Steins Gate. Steins Gate is an adaptation of John Teeter's story, which is funny as fuck because it comes from I think it was an eroge novel, right? I know it's a what do they call it? A visual novel. I think it was an eroge, an erotic novel. Like that got its own anime adaptation, which was in his take all the sexy stuff out. No. It was a visual novel. No, yeah. So the actual story of John Teeter is he got the computer in 1970s, and then he came to 1999 because something about his machine required calibrating, and there were like inflection points where it's easier to stop at. So he had to go there to calibrate. And while he was there, he went to go visit his mom and dad and visit his future self, and had a conversation and talked about what was going on, and then left back to his own time with the computer. And so he was just there talking about it, and people kept asking him, like, well, don't you think the world will change? He's like, your world's already diverging from mine. You're not the same. And I'm probably not going to be able to go back to my universe, but I'll get close enough to my universe where we'll solve that problem. Did he teach the computer to love on the anime? No, they use in the anime they use a microwave to time travel. DBZ? No. Steins Gate. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've watched the anime, but they built a time machine out of a microwave on accident. And then they used it to send D-mail, which I have no fucking idea what D stood for, but D-mail, where you could actually text back in time. So you could send a text back in time to somebody, and that person would then know the future. But DBZ does do time travel, yes. Steins Gate's a good anime. Go watch it. Formerly an arrow thing, you knew what the D stood for. I didn't know if it was like. I think the most generous translate thing would be a translation issue, where like D might be something to do with how the Japanese word for time travel is, or whatever. DeLorean mail? Oh, that could be true too. Not quite. It was a microwave that only worked on certain TV. Yeah. Yeah, the Matt Flash movie touched on some of this stuff. This is Flashpoint. Yeah, John Teeter is great. And if you haven't heard of Montauk, you have. Stranger Things. Quite literally, the first draft of Stranger Things was called Montauk. Stranger Things is based off of Montauk. I used to call the Montauk conspiracy the mother of all conspiracy theories. It's the unified field theory of conspiracy theories. It's an attempt to take every single thing you can think of in conspiracy and paranormal existence and explain it with one thing. General Montauk the Klingon? Yeah, so Montauk is an actual location in New York, I want to say. Right now it's called Camp Hero, but it's an old military base that's decommissioned, but was created during World War II and then was used off and on through the Cold War and eventually turned down. Long Island, okay, yeah. I never watched Stranger Things. What's my opinion of Edgar Casey? I fucking hate Edgar Casey. He is such a scam artist. Like, I don't mind conspiracy theorists who were doing it for the love of the game, but Edgar Casey was such a... I hate that dude so much. I love Cabin in the Woods. But Cabin in the Woods, I would say, is more... SCP. Is Montauk just the tip? Yes. I'm not going to go into the Montauk conspiracy because it's far too detailed, but it's... The best way of explaining it is it's an experiment in time travel and mind control. It's in theory an offshoot of MK Ultra, where they're trying to use radio frequencies to mind control people to do things. And in the process, they did things like in Stranger Things, where they did like alternate dimensional travel, time travel, space travel. I would imagine that Stargate probably pulled some of its theories, some of its wild stuff from there too, because it's very Stargate-esque. So like L. Ron Hubbard type bullshit, that's basically what Casey was. But yeah, but sort of like that. To give you how wild it is, one of the proponents of the Montauk conspiracy believed that he was both a subject in the Montauk Project and the head of the Montauk Project, while he was also still working for the defense industry at a different time. He was at two places at the exact same time. Yeah, it's insane. I love it. At its peak of popularity, before Stranger Things came out, it was probably best known because there was a dude who was part of the project who was a child, because apparently either it was only children or specific people could time travel. And they were all children who could time travel using the technology they had. And the guy who claimed he was a time traveler had a picture of him as a kid at the the Gettysburg Address, where he was sent back to talk to somebody, and he was at the Gettysburg Address. And he claimed that Barack Obama was part of the program. Oh, no, see, Mason, the Philadelphia experiment was the precursor to the Montauk Project. Basically, they took the work of the Philadelphia experiment and continued it at Montauk. That's why I say it's the unified field theory of conspiracy theorists, because it also claims that Bigfoot is an alien that we brought to Earth by accident using the Montauk Project. Sounds like Project Stargate ran by the US Army in the 70s. Again, they claim to be an offshoot of MK Ultra and Project Stargate. It's insane, dude. I love the Montauk conspiracy. I want to make very clear. I generally don't indulge in conspiracy theories at all because I don't believe in most of them. The ones that I would believe in terms of conspiracy are probably more of the stuff that probably more practical and actually existed, but probably not to the degree that people think they did. Like that crack was invented by the CIA to sell to black people. I don't necessarily believe that 100%. But it's plausible enough considering how stupid and insane the CIA is. And a lot of the stuff that we think of as crazy conspiracy theories about the government, likely did exist in some form. But they were offshoots of projects like Stargate or MK Ultra, which were just insane. They're fascinating things to listen to. I love them for inspiration. Let me look up the name of it. Another one that I like a lot is a Russian one. This is a cool one. This is sort of like the Montauk of Russia. Kozyrev. The Kozyrev mirror. Yeah, that's a good example, Hourglass Mage. I do believe that electric engines were shut down in the 1980s due to petrol companies. Yeah, I think so. That stuff. That Montauk one sounds like Fringe borrowed some inspiration from. If you have seen a conspiracy theory sort of show after the 1990s, 1990s, 2000s, the early 2000s, it probably borrowed from Montauk. Montauk is one of those that secretly people have been pulling from for ideas for fucking decades, but no one did anything until literally the creators of Stranger Things just said, let's just fucking do Montauk. Yeah, so the Kozyrev mirror is it's a fascinating story because Kozyrev was a physicist who was put in a gulag before Einstein had come forward with his ideas on general relativity. So he was a brilliant physicist who was working with pre-Einstein ideas and came up with his own attempts to unify the ideas because he didn't have exposure to Einstein until after he left the gulag. So his ideas on how the universe works are based off of non-Einstein reality. So it's sort of this alternate reality of physics. Let me pull up some of this one. So, all you need for a Kazu-Ref mirror are polished, often spiraled aluminum designed to amplify human perception and influence time. Nikolai Kozyrev believed that time was energy and that geometry can affect how this energy flows. So if you used a mirror or a reflective surface to bend light or to bend time, light, which was time, into itself, you could, by observing a Kozyrev mirror, go back in time or see a different dimension and get psychic abilities. Yeah, that T-Jack, that's another thing. Like, do you believe that they put smallpox in blankets of native refugees? Yeah, but I don't think they intentionally did that necessarily. Some people may have done it, but I don't think it was widespread. It was probably more by accident. But yeah, I could definitely see people being dicks about it and doing that sort of thing. Meteor has the B-Star System's first glass cannon. It's not the first glass cannon, but it's probably the most like omnipresent glass cannon. All right. Sorry, someone talked about conspiracy theories. For those of you who know, Star Citizen has its own conspiracy theory show on Spectrum called The Plain Truth, done by Parker Terrell. It is wonderful. If you get a chance to go read the Plain Truth articles, they're amazing. They're great. Here, I pulled one up just by looking at Plain Truth. This one's called Empire Incorporated. Yeah, Capaldi is the voice of Parker Terrell. This is called Empire Incorporated. Corruption, lies, power, infecting the empire to such an overwhelming degree that the people have given up, surrendered, and started rationalizing that it's just, quote, the way of the verse, unquote. I know the people are tired. You're tired, but change is coming. We can extricate the dishonest and the selfish to create a government that's truly for the people. We just need to stand up and say that this corruption is not the way of our universe. The greatest weapon to chase away these distorted politicians of self-interest? The truth. My name's Parker Terrell. Welcome to Plain Truth. The puppet show of Senator Rachel Lester and her Senate hearings into imperial outsourcing policies has finally come to a close, and the major news orgs have been happily regurgitating all the official imperial talking points about proving the government's willingness to investigate itself and extolling the transparency of the sessions. Sure, they implicated a handful of politicians and business owners in the conclusion to make the public feel like something's really been accomplished, but we all know what's really going on here. The politicians they've arrested are just another part of the show. They're patsies, fall guys, probably crossed some blue blood in their and this was their punishment. More likely, offered themselves up as sacrificial lamb for future considerations. Now I could keep flailing about ridiculousness of the process, but this is where I'm going. There's a deeper, much more insidious plot that's happening in front of our eyes. While the masses fixate on this sad, ineffectual parody of justice, we're going to look at the real issue here. Lester's hearings have been about the government outsourcing policies, the government relinquishing control. My question for the day, has the UEE taken its first steps in becoming a corporatocracy? My guest has written for Free Sign, Organize Now, and the Individualists, and the host of a prominent underground political other prominent underground political publications. He's the author of 17 books investigating various aspects of UEE and society at large. I'm very proud to present my dear friend, Lawrence Gito. Why the fuck does that name sound familiar? What's the name of the scientist from Stormbreaker? It's not Gito, is it? Jorit. Thank God. Okay. Fuck. Parker Terrell got one. Hello, Parker, and hello to all you brave thinkers out there. Now, the theory that the UE is shifting into a corporatocracy is not a new one. You've been predicting this for some time. That's correct. My fourth book, We Are All for Sale, examined the theoretical treatise written by a think tank in the late 29th century that explored the advantages and disadvantages of a government body controlled by a collective of corporate entities. Now, that treatise's ultimate conclusion were that such a structure would not work. Yes, at the time. But they have continued to explore the concept, refine the approach. I think one thing we can agree upon is that when the government gets their mind set on something, they won't stop until they achieve it. It's Synth World, a fabrication of propaganda. It doesn't even exist. Come on, Lawrence, we've been through this one. The Synth World exists, it's just a waste. You can believe the web of lies if you want. We're getting sidetracked. With the government's current plan he doesn't believe that Synth World exists. I love it. The current plan to relieve department budget strain by shifting private to private contractors, the UEE is effectively handing over autonomy to corporate interests. In a really basic illustration of this point, if Megacorp A ends up with handling the Empire's waste disposal, at any time the UEE creates policies regarding waste, they will need to accommodate Megacorp's A contract at best, or bend to their wishes at worst. It's a recipe for destruction. That's why I say let it burn. I'm sorry? You've become a sentimentalist, my boy. History has no time for sentimentalists. It's time to accept that this whole government is a lost cause and move on. Lawrence, it's the people's duty to stand up and take control of the government that exists to protect and serve them, not sit back and let it disappear. We've come too far for that. The corporate cabal that's been manipulating the system has finally begun to reveal itself. I firmly believe that the only responsible as a stance an activist can take is to stand aside and let the whole corrupt system collapse. He's an accelerationist. I love it. Wipe away the scum that has polluted human history for centuries. As I mentioned in my book, Fighting Decay. Okay, Lawrence, I wasn't finished. Yeah, you are. We're going for some messages from independent advertisers. I see. More like the corporate truth. Arlo, get him out of here. When we come back, we'll open up the comms and hear what you have to mind. This is the plain truth. Stay vigilant. I love it. All of the plain truths are like this. All of them. It's kind of like InfoWars. It's kind of like the Art Bell, Coast to Coast with Art Bell. It's clear that the writers were influenced by this sort of conspiracy mindset, which is like a lot of what Parker Terrell says is true. Lawrence is right. The Empire is a corporatocracy. But Synth World exists. Parker absolutely works from preconceived ideas and bends the facts he uncovers to his narrative. Good thing this doesn't happen in real life. The thing about Parker Terrell is that he was an investigative journalist. The CIG put a lot of I'm forgetting his name. It's ironic because we're going to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas soon, so he's actually he's a Vegas local. He's a reporter from Vegas who broke a lot of the stories about Area 51. He's the one who broke the Bob Lazar story. He does a lot of work with UFOs and Bigfoot and stuff like that. Mostly UFOs. I'm looking up the name of him. George Knapp. George Knapp. There's like Parker Terrell has a lot of George Knapp in there. Like George Knapp is a legitimate investigative journalist. Like he had a full-blown history in investigative journalist in Vegas, and he still works for local news in Vegas and does non-conspiracy theory stuff. But a lot of his day-to-day now is conspiracy theory stuff because he got into it. I love the fact that it's done by Peter Capaldi, though. I love that Capaldi is the my only the only downside is I want to see more Parker Terrell in the verse, like be able to watch his shows or to have him update about the various things that are going on. And I don't know if Capaldi would be someone you could pull so easily. Knicks win? Probably not this year. Oh, he's from Stockton. Sorry, I decided to look up George Knapp. He taught at Berkeley? So he was born in New Jersey, grew up in Northern California, graduated in Franklin High School in Stockton, where he was senior class president. He had a bachelor's degree in communication from the University of West Georgia and bachelor's degree in communications from the University of the Pacific. He taught debate and forensics at both University of Pacific and University of California, Berkeley. Moved to Vegas in 79, worked as a cab driver before hiring as an intern at KLVX TV, Channel 10. From there, Knapp was hired as a reporter and news anchor for KLAS in 1981. Yes, he was a news anchor, the investigative unit, as well as the host of Street Talk. He actually won an Emmy for commentary. Knapp's regular reporting includes topics like organized crime and government corruption. Programs aired in January 1987 and in 1988. Knapp interviewed aviator UFO claimant John Lear, who claimed the United States government had spacecraft and bodies. Went to Bob Lazar. So yeah, it was like in the late 80s, early 90s that he got into the UFO stuff. He won a Peabody Award? Damn. He won 2 National Edward R. Murrow Awards, 24 Pacific Southwest Regional Emmy Awards, 9 Associated Press Mark Twain Awards. He has won the DuPont Award from Columbia University and 2 Peabody Awards. Damn. Do you know of star system planet like Pandora? Yeah, Oso. We'll get engineering, maybe. I think engineering is one of those things where CIG might slip it at the very end, or it'll be early next year. And we get engineering with scanning, but we'll get part 1 of engineering. Also, is where Origin likes to use for their promos, if I recall correctly. Possibly. It probably is more like I'm blanking on. I gotta go get some brain happy juice. But Toe Hill. It's probably Toe Hill. I'm trying to remember the oddball conspiracy theorist who taught physics for a bit that went to community college. He was when I went where I went to community college. He was convinced either Russia or aliens nuked Mars. I don't believe there is a smart person on this planet that didn't have an insane idea in the history of humanity. One of my favorite examples is Sir Isaac Newton revolutionized mathematics, physics, and science as we know it before he was 30. He is probably the most important person in the history of science that has ever lived. He also believed you could predict the future with numerology and the Bible. Numerology is using numbers to study, like you count numbers and books, and you pull the letters out from numbers on that book to pull and write like things from it. That was right, though. OSO is a fair chance system. That may not. They may get around that. The other ones that you can think of are like the Nemo is another place that's not really. A lot of places are super water world. You don't really have like a lush jungle planet other than Oso. Terra has got a lot of jungles, so and Saisei are another ones too. Crazy enough to invent statistics, not smart enough to implement them, is a phrase I've heard someone use once to describe smart people. I'm guessing the foundation is based off that idea by Einstein then? What, numerology? Numerology is older than Einstein, and Newton is older than Einstein too. That's one of those things that, like reading crazy like conspiracy theory stuff is fascinating, because there's a lot of people who are very smart who believe some crazy things. Yeah, it's freaking probably older than human. It's as old as the written word, if not as old as numbers. He uses statistics like a drunk man uses a streetlight for support rather than illumination. Numerals go back to the Sumerians, are even older. Is that like the Mayan calendar? No, the Mayan calendar is actually based off of fucking like legitimate science. It's crazy accurate. No, numerology is the idea that you take a sacred number, like 7, for instance, and you read a sacred book, like the Bible, and you pull every 7 words, you pull a word out and you put it to the side. And if you continue to do that with 7s, you will eventually have a full document that's hidden inside the document. And I'm a little shaky on numerology because it's not something I give a shit about. But if I remember correctly, it has something to do with like that humans will write these stories or these things. Like you can do this with like average books. Like people did it with, I think, like Alice in Wonderland and things like that. And what we're actually seeing in numerology is the subconscious or another dimension, like ghost writing, stuff like that. Yeah, numerology of the Bibles. It's called the Bible Code. See, Darj, you're already thinking too logically for people who use the Bible code. Look it up. There's some old documentaries you can probably find on YouTube on Bible code. It's insanity, but you know. Yeah, the thing that people don't realize with the Mayans is the Mayan long count calendar is ages. It's kind of like how we use age, but they use the long count as an age, and at the end of a new age, one age is the beginning of another. The reason why people thought it was the end of the world was because the Mayans believe in cyclical time. So the end of an age is the death of that age, and then a rebirth of the age, and rebirth into a new age, and then you go through it again. But it's kind of like New Game Plus, where some people or some things are also still remember what had happened before and try to improve upon it. So each of these cycles that goes through has destroyed the world and rebuilt it over time. But it's based off of actual measurements of the stars, accurate measurements of the stars, because the Mayans were very good astronomers. It's like a form of reincarnation, sort of, but it's like if reincarnation was like on civilization, on a galactic scale. Like they believe that the entire universe would come to an end at the end of the long count, and a new universe would be created out of it. Sort of like a redo. A lot of the cultures, I wouldn't say a lot, but there are many cultures in native to North and South America that have cyclical time as part of their beliefs. Cyclical time used to be a pretty agreed upon notion in European cultures too, around the world actually. I mean, the Mayans were so accurate that they corrected a lot of problems in other calendars because they were able to measure, their measurements were so accurate, they were able to use the measurements in a way that would account for like what, you know, we have to do with leap years and stuff like that. It's crazy. I mean, with the Big Bang Theory and the Black Hole Theory, they might not be wrong. Yeah, the Big Crunch. More people should read about, you know, Aztec, Maya, and Inca culture. People don't do that enough. Get curious. Read about the creation myths of Indonesia. You know, read about the princes of the Kush princes of India. I can't remember the exactly ones. Like, there's lots of cool time periods and cultures of the world that people don't do enough. 420, bro. Where do you think the narrative is headed in 4.3? That's a good question. They're currently doing the Second Life Initiative. I think the Second Life Initiative is going to be going forward, but the Second Life Initiative is 4.2.1. So I'm imagining 4.3.1 is likely going to be the Stanton Pyro War. They don't call it the Stanton Pyro War. I call it the Stanton Pyro War, but yeah, it's going to be, we've been kind of jumping back and forth between their A plot and their B plot. The A plot is the Stanton Pyro War. The B plot is the Second Life Initiative. It's the Regen Crisis. So needs to be an audiobook. There's plenty of people who read it. There's plenty of audiobooks where like people have actually turned their books on these subjects into audiobooks. You can go find them. I'm just replaying Shadow of the Tomb Raider. That's a very unique look with the Aztec Maya. It's always important to remember the Aztec and the Maya are not the same people. They're a completely distinct culture. Even today, they're completely different cultures. The Aztec, I believe, call themselves the Mexica, which is where we get the word Mexico from. And the Maya are mostly from what we know today as the Yucatan Peninsula. The Mayans are still around. They're still a culture. There are lots of mysteries around them. CIG needs to work on cliffhangers if they're working on working to swap plots. They need a better transitions. I still read. It was the Frontier Fighters the whole time. Would be hilarious. But we do know that, like, the Headhunters are currently in Stanton. They've made the leap to fight in Stanton. But we also know the Headhunters are not fighting the UEE. They're fighting other gangs. So they're muscling in on, like, Ninetales territories. No, Paul, you don't count. No one reads anymore. Man, the Frontier Fighters aren't funded by. Jort's not funded by the Frontier Fighters. Jort's funded by fucking Citizens for Prosperity. We all know that. ASD is definitely funding him, but ASD is there because Citizens for Prosperity helped them. Like, guarantee it. I have to look into that. You got all the audio logs, Del? I haven't been able to go through his the data pads for Stormbreaker, but yeah. ASD was like, fuck you, you put us on the news. But he's still been getting funded, even though the facilities are technically ASD branded. Yeah, let me if you can record them, that'd be great. I can also ask the people I know who do log diving to pull out the audio logs if I can get clearer versions of them. So maybe some credence to the Prosperity and HD Connection conspiracy. It's not a fucking conspiracy. The founder of CFP was a Hurston Dynamics accountant. Like, she has said straight up that her goal is to gentrify Pyro to make it profitable for businesses to come in and help out. I'm a headhunter because I helped out Jack Axton, and now the Citizens of Prosperity don't like me anymore. Welcome to the fight, brother. Hey, Paul, I've started playing a VHS movie on my old VHS VCR combo TV, and it's advertising the Iron Giant and Pokemon the first movie. And early 2000s, baby. Or is that late 90s? I've had multiple wipe CFP database server missions located on Hurston. It's okay. All the Pyro settlements are ghost towns now. We've wiped everyone off the map. Players. Never change. All right, I'm gonna go get some. I'm gonna go refill my water, get some Stay Awake juice, and I'll be back. Might actually take some empty bottles with me to. Well, Scooby episode is from the 1985. Pokemon the first movie was not in 1985. Do you know how pissed people would be in Pyro, a Pyrokin new version of Stanton, if CIP got their way? If he got their way, that people would be in trouble. 1999. Okay, that makes sense. Same year as The Matrix. All right, chat. I'll be right back.
free, y'all.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Two words. Distress bacon.
I love democracy. I love democracy.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Genesis.
Drugs.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Mission complete. Burrito I ate. There you go.
Good news, everyone.
Hello, I like money.
I'm back. Stop it. Stop it, chat. Nope. Yeah, by the way, y'all, we're going late tonight. I've been streaming for like 3 hours. We're going to be going for a little bit more. I may actually switch over just playing the game. The other big thing, going late tonight? Hell, I'm going to bed. Flight to Vegas in a few hours. Well, see, that was my point, poets. My flight's in a couple of hours. So if I went to bed right now, I'd get a handful of hours of sleep. Or I could stay up, get some last things done, then take my flight to Vegas, sleep on the flight, because my flight's getting really early to Vegas. So I'm getting to Vegas like 11 or 12 p.m., like 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. So like at lunch, then head to my hotel, check in, and then just nap until Bar Citizen. Have a good night there, poets. I also didn't stream at all like Sunday and Monday because, and CIG did do this. Let's look at this. This is the big one. The big announcement. Y'all ready for this? No, 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 no. An update on cheating and exploiting. Hi, everyone. We've observed a recent increase in exploits and cheating in-game and want to acknowledge everyone who's taken time to report these issues. It's genuinely appreciated. Is Vegas going to be live streamed with the panel? No. It will be recorded and then uploaded later. Paul, a question. There has been 2 hotfixes done and one has already gone live to live PTU. I believe it did, yes. Historically, we've taken a more relaxed approach to third-party tools. This was intentional, allowing space for community-driven efforts like localization, VR integrations, and other creative contributions. However, with our growing player base and increased engagement, we've reached a new threshold, one where exploiters see greater opportunity in targeting the game. In response to the recent spike in abuse, we'll be tightening our anti-cheat measures to better protect both the integrity of the game and the experience for the broader community that continues to shape it. While we won't be sharing specifics, we want to assure you that the recent updates have already made a substantial impact. We've also issued a large wave of account bans that will continue to take enforcement actions as needed. To be clear, exploiting or cheating is strictly against our terms, regardless of the intent of the current stage of development. We understand that some users may be experimenting, acting out of curiosity, or believe that they're helping expose issues. But even these actions can be disruptive and damaging to the game. This behavior can lead to serious consequences up to and including permanent account closure. We'll continue to monitor the situation and taking whatever steps are necessary to ensure fair play. Thanks again for continuing your efforts as they realize. So, what this means is Reshade and all of the other third-party tools that allowed for things like VR and such are gone. You can't use them in Star Citizen anymore. Even, I don't know if it's fully in yet or if it's already done, but yeah. This is what you get for play for free. Chris's dream of free play, better note. This is what you get. People don't appreciate what they don't pay for. What? Star Citizen isn't free to play. It does free flights like this, for sure. Have a good flight. Don't drink the forbidden jungle juice at the airport. I'm gonna rack out for the night. Had a long day at work. Good night there, Shadow Stalker. Yeah, it's a free fly. But the way that the poster, Charlie McAwesome, sounds like play for free as if like Star Citizen is going to be free to play forever. It's like, no, it's the free flight. Reshade is approved though. Have they confirmed that it's not going to be part of the EA restrictions? Easy anti-cheat. Chris wants it to be free to play? All right, Charlie. Can you send me some evidence that says Chris wants it to be free to play? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that's a bold statement for something I have never heard. I think they mean no subscription. You start to pay money to get Star Citizen. Even now. All the talks I've had with Chris and never even hinted at the future free to play. I'll look. I haven't seen. I have noted it. I'll look. Okay. Yeah. I've never heard Chris say that he wants to make this a free to play game. What we see right now is mostly the result of people who make money off of exploits, selling scripted exploits to other people. They've downloaded the game, they use the game files as a testing ground. They build out these scripts, and then they test these scripts during free flight to make sure they work. They record themselves doing these events, obviously they get banned or they get close to being banned because they're just doing it willy-nilly, and then use the information and the videos that they record to as the selling point to sell their scripts to other people for future use. Yeah, so they, Ali Brown talked about, people asked a bunch of questions about Genesis, so he talked a little bit about what's going on with Genesis. I believe he said that Genesis is 75% of the way done. That was there. He was back of the napkin, sort of, don't hold me to it. It's just a general idea. I definitely don't want this game to be free to play a game at all. That way is a disaster. It sets all the wrong incentives for the company, which has big bills to pay to host the game. It makes this cheater stuff much more prevalent and easier to do. Yes. Depends on what you mean by test the scripts, but cheat tools are not only used during free flight. No, I agree, Peanut Gallery. But I'm saying it's easier to create an account and test to see if your hacks work during free flight, and thus are able to confirm and adjust as you need to. They've always used, like, Star Citizen has had hackers and cheaters since like 1.0. Obviously, we're going into 1.0, Alpha 1.0. It's just been evolving over time. And so whenever they do a free flight weekend or free fly event, you often see a lot of hackers doing things like instantly kill everyone in the server and that kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, I think that this free flight actual customers were using the cheater scripts. The scripts were working now. Yeah, definitely an evolution. Yeah, I don't think it was just customers, but I remember distinctly experiencing this and also watching this on Logan's stream a couple of years ago, where it was, I think, an IAE where he was on a tram going into the IAE and he just died. Everyone died in the server. Like insta-kill. I also doubt they were the only scripts they had in the toolkit. This isn't over yet. We'll just see CIG's ups its game. Oh yeah, no, this is something this is a war you have to fight forever with an online game. You can never not fight this conflict. I need to get to bed soon. Can we get some ASMR lore for Star Citizen? Yeah, sure. Just watch the entirety of the complete history of Star Citizen universe. You'll be fine. I'm all for a subscription premium. I know most gamers are against this, but rather have OP stuff to not paid for in a pledge store. But honestly, I don't mind how ESO does it. The time gate, the OP stuff, but eventually gets everyone who hasn't paid premium subscription. I don't like that, Risky Biscuits. I don't think that's a good method. I do think that an optional subscription is good, and I think there are ways that CIG could do it that they have unique in their own back pocket. Like, for instance, instead of doing LTI, they have that new system, which is the warranty. If they could attach an additional warranty to your subscription, as long as you had the subscription, people would buy the subscription for the warranty. For those of you who don't know a warranty is basically you will get your ship back after it is destroyed. And the insurance is at what state that ship is going to be in. So if you have LTI, you have basic insurance. And if your ship is destroyed, you get your ship back, but with basic insurance. And if you have purchased a ship without LTI, you also get basic insurance. However, that insurance will up in 3, 6, 9, 12, whatever number of months, and you will have to in-game purchase insurance again in order for you to keep getting that ship back. If you lose insurance, you can work a way of getting insurance back, and that warranty will always guarantee you get your ship back. So basically, any ship you purchase with real cash has a warranty automatically. If you don't have a ship with real cash, you can get a warranty and transfer warranty from ship to ship, and you can earn them in different ways. So, like doing the main mission sequence for 1.0 will get you a warranty. Question, besides industrial capital ships, what area do you think is the biggest gap in ship capabilities? Transportation. I don't mean carriers, I mean transportation. People, vehicles, ships. There is only one people-carrying ship, which is the Genesis Starline. Technically, you have the E1 as well, but that's it. There are no vehicle transportation ships. Well, I guess there kind of are. There's the M2, there's the Ironclad. There's one that just recently came out. The Asgard. And of course the Liberator. But like, there's not a lot of ship carriers, things that are designed around ships. The Idris is a combat ship. It can transport things, but it's a carrier. I don't mean a carrier as in like a combat carrier. I mean like, you know those giant super tankers or the super cargo haulers, which are designed to haul vehicles? The ones that you can load like 400 cars or like 1,000 cars onto, and then they ship it around the world and they unload those cars at local places so they can sell them. No, this is a custom-made one. This one right here is actually Pyro. Yeah, Valkyrie in technically the steel, but the Valkyrie's a combat ship, so is the steel. I mean like non-combat based. Not technically industrial ships, but not combat ships. Or even the roll-on, roll-off inter-island ferries. Yeah, Ro-Ro ferries. I've been saying we need a Ro-Ro ferry forever. What we need is a Ro-Ro ferry, and we also need the LHD ships, which are sometimes called helicopter carriers, but they're basically like miniature floating bases for Marines. More navies have LHDs than they have carriers, but they're sort of like miniature carriers. But the Marines have a ton of them in the US. And the idea is that they're sort of self-contained bases that have places for vehicles, for maintenance in vehicles, places for people to sleep. They have chow areas. They have an area for storing and taking off like carrier or like helicopters. So Star Citizen equivalent would be something that has enough space for 1 or 2 Valkyries like a Valkyrie and an Asgard, or two Asgards, or two Valkyries, plus also a place to carry like Novas and Cyclones and Storms and other vehicles, and like repair them, and a place to sleep, and a place to eat. That's more military based. That's what the thing a tree has talked about a lot. But I want something like that, but civilian. So something that's big, that has beds, that has places where you can eat meals, and then you can also drive your vehicles or park your ships onto, and it can go from multiple systems. Good night, TK. Do you think we'll have a Xi'an capital eventually? Just not until we need it. So, like, fundamentally, having transports is going to be important because A, CIG wants to physicalize everything they can. And as a result, traveling from system to system is going to be a thing where you can go onto a ship and travel. And having a ship that you can park your Aurora on, get out and like watch the NPCs transport your ship from point to point is going to be an experience in and of itself, but also will work as sort of the transit system. Sort of a colonial steamliner, kind of, yeah. Basically, if you have a ship but you're going through civilized space, or, you know, you don't necessarily want to fly your ship across all of these different things because it'll take maintenance costs, you have to refuel, you'll have to stop, it's not very fast. But in the lore of Star Citizen, and in general, the lore only exists to support the gameplay. So the general balance of Star Citizen is that CIG wants larger ships to move faster than smaller ships in quantum. So an Idris, in theory, is going to be able to get from point A to point B faster through quantum drive than a fighter would be. So this would incentivize you to land on that Idris and have the Idris take you from point A to point B, and then get off of the Idris when you arrive. So you save fuel and you get there faster. I'll transport your ship for you. I mean, I'm not talking about just players. I'm talking about NPCs. But I could also see this as being a great transport in terms of player capabilities for organizations. You need to move a lot of smaller assets and people from point to point. Take the Roro Ferry. Then you could also do it with like randoms, you know. Like sailing rules, longer ships travel at higher knots than smaller hold ships. I guess that's maybe where it comes from. In terms of the gameplay, I understand the reason why is because you want to have a reason for people to dock onto larger ships while they're moving. You can take a ferry from the lower 48 up to Anchorage, and it takes a few days. You get a room and food provided. Yeah, and it's quite common in Asia. I know that they do something similar in like South Korea, where like people will travel through from like northern portions of South Korea down to the southern tip, or even from South Korea to Japan. I know in a lot of I imagine this is similar in places like the Indonesia and the Philippines, which has a lot of archipelagos where you don't necessarily have transport between them. So if you want to drive from island to island, you have to get onto this Roro ferry and go. But they're like long. I'm talking about like long distance ferries. Yeah, they exist. They're pretty common outside the United States and even in the United States. Question: for very long travel involving many hours of travel, will you be able to log off in a passenger ship? Possibly. And I think that's another thing as well, is being able to get in on board the passenger ship and then basically sleep it off, like just log off while you're there and then arrive at the location. Osaka ferry, yeah. I imagine, especially around Japan, because the Japan archipelago is huge, and they're very far apart in some cases. So you may need to have like a multiple day, at least 1 or 2 day journey. I can't wait for more gameplay. I want to get on the Genesis Starliner as a passenger and explore Star Citizen as a tourist. Yeah, I mean, we just need more of that gameplay. I've talked about this in the past, but I've talked about the idea of a freelancer bus. The freelancer BUS. Make it federal yellow, and you have, instead of the back having a cargo area, you have seats. You got that freelancer bussy? The magic school answer, yeah. What are the Genesis Starliner? The passenger liner that's definitely coming soon. Oh, the title is not, I'm not talking about the Genesis Starliner, I'm talking about Genesis, the Planetech V5 stuff. They talk a little bit about that. But I mean, that's an example, but that's something that's not coming out until after 1.0. I think once we reach 1.0 and Star Citizen starts to get a little bit better, it's actually funny because they actually talked about, or Ali Brown talked about this, that their plan is still to get these tools up and running so that they can give these tools to artists, and the artists can just sort of create planets very fast, planets and systems very fast, so that they can start like pumping out systems in 3 months, you know, rather than once every couple years, to fill in the roles of what they need. So when you start seeing that expansion post 1.0, there's 100 systems in the game. Now, will those 100 systems be in the game at day one? No, but they'll eventually get there as long as they keep getting funding. And as they get their tools better, they'll make more. They'll be making them faster too. So eventually CIG is going to have a situation where it could legitimately take several days of travel to go from one side of the systems to the other side. And if you're a new player with like an Aurora, you're going to need some sort of system to be able to meet up with friends in other places. So you're going to need a ship. And like I said, a Roro ferry. Starlancer PT, public transit. I thought passenger ferry gameplay would be easier to tackle, so it would be done sooner. I was surprised when they're not like, nah, it's not until even 1.0. Passenger travel is not going to be a priority because it's not just players, it's NPCs. And having NPCs who are going to load onto a ship, sit down, like buckle themselves in, and then there's also things like they're gonna have to have gameplay where you have to cater to their needs. So like they need like food or water or other things. They have to call you. So that's a whole scripting system that they're gonna have to create. And they don't want to create a bespoke system just for the Starliner or for that gameplay loop. They'll probably want to make it for other things as well. And they're going to have to not clip into objects as they're walking around. They're going to have wait, patiently wait where they load and unload. They'll have to walk off and on ships seamlessly. They'll have to have their own AI stuff. So a lot of that stuff isn't necessarily complicated. It's stuff that they already have some parts already in the game. But it requires time and effort to do it. And for a relatively niche system, that's not a lot of justification for that compared to like bounty hunting. Yeah, we have 890 and we have the 600, which are like luxury transporters, same with like the E1, but the Spirit E1. But we only have one like generic people mover, which is the Genesis Starliner. We don't have a large version of it because the Genesis is going to be a capital ship. We don't have a medium version of it. We don't have a small version of it. We need a taxi. We need a bus. We need a shuttle, and we already have our airliner. And then you also need your super liner, your cruise liner. So we'll need a capital ship similar to the Genesis that's just moving a fuck ton of people. E1 Spirit, yeah, that's like a private personal transport. So you might like be able to transport people, but they'll be like wealthy. So we have like the Spirit, we have the 600, we have the 890. That's the medium, large, and extra large and capital of the private like ultra wealthy transport. We're still missing the small. No, I intend to stun them all and toss them overboard, stacked like cordwood. Board stacked like cordwood, yeah. Starliner is basically a 747. It's only going to haul more, maybe a couple of vehicles. Yeah. That's a good question. We don't know how the logout's going to work. For the authentic passenger experience, you need queuing for customs, for ticketing, for boarding pass, and passenger services. I do think that CIG is going to do some of that. They're just going to streamline it. I guarantee you're going to have to go through a security screening before you go on board. The low-income version is a bunch of stasis pods, a la the Cuddy Blue. I think that the Freelancer bus could be a great example of like a bus system, a bus version, and then the we already have the low-income version of the bus, which is the Steel. So people go, well, why are there so many guns? Stop asking a lot of questions. How much coding would we need to be to do that kind of thing? What, the queuing and stuff like that? It's not going to be that hard in the sense of like using systems they already have. They're going to do security screenings anyways for when you arrive on landing zones. You're going to have to go through a security screening, and because I still believe you're going to have to take your armor off. You're going to get a point where you're going to have to remove your armor and put away your weapons before you can go into places like Area 18, Orison, Lorville, and New Babbage. Like, you'll actually have to like give in your weapons and your armor. And then in places like Orbit, you're going to have to give up your weapons. Maybe not your armor, but your weapons. The spaceports already have doors for domestic and interplanetary flights. Yeah. Zero bus or parallel bus. But yeah, so like I say it's not a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of work. There's no such thing as not a lot of work in video games. But that is relatively simple. However, the question is, how many people are going to experience that? Not that many. It's not a very universal experience. So eventually it will have a lot of universal potential, but it's just not, the juice isn't worth the squeeze right now. Hey, Evil Tactics, I'm doing okay. We're going to be streaming for a very long time. We've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm going to be going for another, at least 2. think you'll have all of the queuing and shuffling and coughing. You'll have coughing and you'll have the shuffling, but the queuing is mostly just be boarding. Hello, Mr. Astropub. I got my Quarry 5 Mercenaries for Hot Mech Summer. What mods would you recommend? Just another mod series. So like just another mech lab, just another weapons, you know, it's like just another is what it's called, but it's done by the same group of people, and it's a good one. There's a overhaul mod for the environments, which I use, which is like a overhauls how the maps are both look and lit, and also how they're arranged. Yet another. Thank you, Jaded. Yet another. But YAML is like guaranteed is mandatory. So the next batch is going to be a little Meteor, I've heard. Ironically, it is because it's got the ladder fixes from Squadron 42. With the way the development tracker, it seems like they've either stopped updating the progress tracker in full, or they have majority focused on Star Citizen Squadron 42 core gameplay pillar. What do you expect? They've just stopped updating the progress tracker. The last time they updated this progress tracker was March. We probably won't see it again until April. Or April till August. Yeah, true. We do have the MPUV personnel, but the MPUVP is a short-range transport, not it doesn't have a quantum drive. You need something like the size of the MPUVP, but is got range. The other problem with the MPUVP is that it's not built for NPCs to go into. It's too tight. Oh, they removed it? Okay, that's sad. They looked pretty good. So it's not as Meteor and not as meaty as you might think. Meteor, as you might think. I saw people doing the 421 in the PTU. I saw some of the videos on it. It looked neat. Yeah, it's just a tech test, basically. It worked for most ships, but didn't work anywhere else. We should be careful. We don't want to give CIG another 12 to 13 years worth of development ideas. Well, that's a post 1.0 thing. Like, there's just no reason to add that sort of experience until after 1.0. And at that point, things like queuing will be a thing that that NPCs will have to do for various effects in game at some point anyways. So they'll just develop that technology or that AI behavior, and they'll implement it in other places. CIG is all about what I have dubbed Sauron systems. There's probably an actual term for it, but it's the idea of taking a system, like a tool, and then seeing how much shit you can get done with that tool. So can we get 15 different aspects of the game done by this one tool? If so, go for it. Rather than making a bespoke addition to the game, something that is built specifically for that part of the game, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. And you can see that with the UI. The UI update that came with 3.21, the one that was just before 4.0, where they added like the maps, so like the custom maps. They added the new mobiGlas. All of that was all part of that. It was all one system. It's all the same system. Even the mini map is the same as your mobiGlas map. It's transported. Oh, Genesis update? Yeah, we talked, the Ollie Brown talked about Planetech B5 and Genesis. Yes, holograms and hangars part of that UI tech too. All that stuff was done for Squadron 42. And then was ported over to Star Citizen. And even it's on the Metroid universe. Don't know enough about it. The general gist I understand of the Metroid universe is that Metroids are both good and bad at the same time, and Samus is a bounty hunter who constantly gets sucked into what's going on with the Metroids. At what point do you think servers function properly, though, or do you foresee the NPC jank to be permanent? I see NPC jank to be something they constantly have to worry about, but a lot of NPC jank has to do with a variety of issues. I found that the amount of NPC jank is significantly lower than it used to be, and NPCs are a lot more consistent. The issue is that some areas they're more consistent than others. Like, for instance, in around Hathor and at the Stormbreaker locations, they tend to be a little bit more alive and alert and can attack you and like swarm you and use tactics against you a lot more often than in places like bunkers. Dynamic will help, yes. I see NPC jank in single player games. Yeah, there will be jank in Star Citizen. The issue is more, is it passable jank? Oh, the bartenders work. I've not seen the bartenders fail. There is some weird jank you have to do with drinking. You can't like use the automatic drinking because it'll just drink an empty glass. But the bartenders have been working almost flawlessly, except for animations being a little glitchy and the like I said, you can't drink through the auto drink. You have to like inspect and then drink. Those aspects are the only the weird parts, but you can definitely work them. You can order from them pretty easily. They even have idle talk now. They'll chat with you about like doing trivia nights and talking about Sadaball teams and the current Imperator. So, yeah. Of the 5 Prime systems in 1.0 release, which will you want to be your home base? It depends. Because Magnus isn't in there, I'm leaning towards Levski, because Levski is home. Where my Levski head's at. You remember, we remember. Levski is home. They're also much more careful about putting NPCs in forgotten places. That's why the Pyro settlements are generally empty now. Yeah, because they don't want to put NPCs walking around on a planet where nobody's there. Will we get Nix before dynamic server meshing? Probably not. They probably are going to come at the same time. But dynamic servers meshing is being worked on. Last 2-month reports both talked about them working on it. Yeah, and instancing was something they talked about as well. They said that instancing is not going to happen until dynamic server meshing happens. So if you want instancing in Star Citizen, wait for like instances, not like just server meshing or not just the hangars. Then you should be looking for dynamic server meshing to be finished. Going to be a while? It depends. I don't think it's going to be as long as people think. So I thought that Nix may still have a chance to make it by the end of the year, based off of everything I had heard at the beginning of the year. But with 4.3 announced being basically saying like there's no updates to engineering and stuff like that, I don't think we're going to see Nix. From my both personal talk with Benoit and how Benoit talks about dynamic meshing, it seems like the team was more ready for dynamic meshing than they were for static meshing. The issue was more they needed to get static meshing done so they could learn about a lot of how static meshing works and get the system in place before they started doing dynamic meshing. And I think a lot of people still think that dynamic meshing is this sort of magical device which is going to like spin up and spin down servers on a whim. It apparently doesn't do spin up and spin down servers. It just simply moves the servers around, more like on a dynamic fashion. But they've changed that now. Dynamic is now, I think, 2 or 3 different parts. Dynamic 1 is simply what they're doing right now, only instead of having to manually change the area upon which the server is controlling, the system can just switch that area to smaller and smaller areas to increase performance. So it'll actually take specific pre-written areas and the system will just move those areas. So for instance, if 600 people are in a server and they all show up at one of the Hathor locations, they can just miniaturize the Hathor location as its own server. So it assigns an already active server to an area that needs it more. Yeah, all it does is takes a already predefined area, and then makes that area its own server. Dynamic 2, I think it's Dynamic 2. I may be thinking combining or splitting up 1 and 2, which is just into 1, where they basically can turn any area into its own place. And then Dynamic 3 is at whim. They can just sort of put wherever, whenever. Like in theory, Dynamic 3 could have a room be a server, a section of a room be its own server. Like they set up the full system so it's as flexible as possible, but it's just stages. Stage 1 is just what they do now between patches, where like they go, oh well, there's probably going to be a lot of people at this location because it's where our new dynamic event is going to be. So we'll make that area its own server. That's just with the new system. They don't have to manually do that. It'll just do it on its fly. You didn't know we were going to see Nyx. You guessed we weren't going to see Nyx, Luda. Just like everybody else. And we may still see Nyx. I wouldn't put it past CIG to do a tech preview of Nyx at the end of the year as a way of giving people a little treat, kind of like they did with the Pyro Playground a year before. Multiple implementations of DSM. That makes sense. Yeah, then the work would be easier than static server meshing, theoretically. Yeah, it's just, there is no difference between dynamic and static server meshing. It's the same technology. It's just how you allocate the server boundaries. That's it. So dynamic server meshing is fairly simple. The complicated part about dynamic server meshing is developing the tools or the system itself and figuring out what the defined areas are going to be. So they need to figure out what's causing the problems in the game right now, and how can they anticipate those problems with dynamic server meshing. How do you feel that they have yet to use the EPTU? CIG always ruins their momentum in the summer. They always self-immolate. They sprint. They start running. They warm up and they start running in January. They start picking up speed between January and March. And then between March and May, they get into like a nice, healthy jog, and they're getting into a good pace. And then they hit July, and then they just fucking hit the brakes, stop, and just stand there for 2 months. And then they start walking and like picking up pace a little bit more in August, and then they get back. So like they just fucking hit the wall on July and August. They've done that every year. It's a CIG corporate culture thing, I believe. There's a lot of reasons for it. But as a result, I was always like, EPTU, oh, we'll see it when we see it. You say summer, but there were 6 months they could have been using EPTU before summer. But EPTU was never going to be used before summer, because summer would be the time that they actually had time to figure out what they could be testing in EPTU. name is Paul, Berserker 01 Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. You got a good one for you. I am not bringing this to Quantum Vegas. This would break. How you doing? Vacation is important. If it seems slow to slow things down, happy employees mean things to get done. I get it. CIG needs to have its time for its employees to take their time off. That's fine. But there are ways of planning around it. Because some employees are going to take the time off. You can talk with the people whom you are working with experimental technologies and go, hey, is there anything we can do to put together as a nice little play test to show off the future of what the game's going to be in July? So that we can do like a Pyro Playground. Take portions of Nyx, put it together as a nice little side project to kind of show things off and give players an older build with that in there so you can just fly around Nyx and enjoy the new content. In space, no one can hear you stream. On the Earth, everyone can hear you dance. How you doing there, buddy? So 6 month sprints. It doesn't really that they do 6 month sprints. I think they still do like 6 to 9 month sprints is what they tend to do. But they stagger them. That's what staggered development was. So like not every team's on the same route. The issue with July and August is it's the summer. A lot of people at CIG are parents. So if they have kids, summer is when their kids are off of school. So they take that time with their spouses and their kids and they go off and do vacation. If they're not married, then summer is usually the best time to do things like take that time off because everybody else is taking time off. And if you have stuff worked up over day, because you can't take time off before May because May is Invictus. You can't really take time off in November because November is IAE. October, Citizen, November IAE. So you're really not taking time off between September and December. And you're not taking time off between like February, March, and May. So you have January, February, like end of December to January, February, and then you have July and August. That's it. Knowledge, you own your own company. You do give yourself that much leeway. It's the summer. In summer, Brits migrate to Spain. Well, I know, like, generally speaking, around the world, August tends to be the summer month. I know it's in Asian countries, it's often when a lot of people just sort of stop doing work. Even schools sort of end in August for a couple of weeks. And I want to say France has, like, basically the whole month off of August. So I imagine it's similar in places like Germany. Yeah, I'm not usually playing Star Citizen in the summer. This year I've been doing quite a bit though. Talk the Meteor to death. There ain't much about the Meteor worth talking about. It's a glass cannon. It's an assault stuff. Ugh, why is it my fault these kids made mistakes like family and kids? These people, back to work, build my game. You're a teacher, a geography teacher, you're not. The world is spherical and opposite weather half the planet. Yeah, but like the majority of the human population lives in the northern hemisphere. I hate to burst your bubble. Yeah, but you don't have to take projects when you don't want to, right, Knowledge? Same idea. Do you think they're using AI to escalate the production? Absolutely not. Like, CIG is very paranoid about their IP. And there's no way they would be intentionally using AI to speed up their production, because they would have to feed their code into the AI. You have that luxury because you own the company. So why are you complaining when people have leeway on their own? I'm gonna hit this to your knowledge, which is might shock you and surprise you. I know, coming from a fellow American, but not everyone on the planet lives in America. So other countries have other traditions. And even here in America, many people take time off when they have time off for certain months. I, as a teacher, don't have to work as a teacher in the months of June and July, usually. I usually have some stuff I have to do in July, but I go back to work in August. The weirdest thing I've experienced in the summer months here in the US, especially where I am in Texas, is come late May, early June, because the university is out and graduations happened, you can actually see the decrease in traffic. Even during rush hour traffic, it gets easier. I swear to God, especially since Austin is such a university city, it has more than just University of Texas. It has a couple of universities. It's like half the fucking town leaves in the summer. What is a Europe? Wouldn't work anyway because CIG uses node graph coding tools and not written code, so AI would be harder to get working anyways. Okay. Yeah, they do use node graph. I remember seeing that. Odessa, Texas? No. Isn't Odessa on the Gulf? I don't know where Odessa is. West Texas, okay. No, I'm not going to the fucking Sahara. Knowledge, I'm not giving excuses. If you had caught what I was saying earlier, I am not okay with CIG having these massive slowdowns in work in July and August because they ruin their reputation and they destroy their own productivity. I'd love to see some balance where CIG instead manages to find a way for people to have more time off in times when they typically won't, so that they can continue to be productive for the entirety of the year. But I understand that not every place is America, so some things are going to change. I found out about Quantum Vegas too late. I'd come there to partially to see you. Oh, thank you. Well, I'll be there next year. So, and it's going to be a yearly thing. So, CIG can certainly train their own in-house model to help with development. They could, but the question is kind of like a lot of stuff with CIG: is it worth the resources? And based off of my understanding of how CIG manages their staff and their resources, no, they would not put any resources to building their own AI model, or even taking an API of another model and using it to train models to build stuff. It's just the process of creating an AI model is expensive as shit. And especially for a bespoke application, just like for building a game. I like Fort Worth better than Austin and Houston anyways. I would never move to Houston, and because the Houston is the devil's taint. Especially during the summer, it is the devil's taint. Plus, I think it would be kind of a PR nightmare for people screaming, CIG uses AI for the AI space game that is now fully AI fully now. Yeah. And very much for more PTO. Yeah. I think you're right there, Knowledge. From my experience, they have very few mid-level managers. They have top-level managers, and I think they have like line-level managers, you know, individual leads for different specific teams. But they seem to have project managers they seem to have, they can't keep for very long. The ones that are in the middle. And so every time they get a new project manager team come in, they have to spend the year or so learning how the systems work to get to know the people properly. And it seems like they leave within 2 years. Paul, Texas is the devil's taint in the summer. It is, but like, I can deal with 100 degrees Fahrenheit and like 99% humidity in Austin. It sucks, but I can deal with it. I cannot deal with 110 degrees Fahrenheit and 100% humidity in Houston. Yeah, but I still pull this vest off. Good AC. That's what I have. I think the only one that has a chance is really is Rich Tyrer, but even now he seems to have lost control. I don't think he lost control. I think it's more of what CIG is doing right now seems to be more of a reevaluation. I look at what CIG is doing today with what people call, you know, what CIG called the playability year. This is less of a year of playability in a sense that a lot of people hope it will be, and more of a year of playability in a sense of CIG using it as a training ground for 1.0 Star Citizen. Because the one patch a month cadence is clearly their attempt at a cadence release or a 1.0 release. When 1.0 comes out, they're going to want a patch a month, no matter what, with some content. So they're seeing what kind of content they can do, what takes them longer, what takes them shorter, what tools do they need to make that content, which is why the mission system has taken a huge priority. It's why the transit system has taken a huge priority. And in the next two patches, 4.3 and 4.4, they're looking at things like the freight elevators are taking a huge priority. So they're looking at the stuff that it's like the kitchen sink issues of Star Citizen and seeing how they can continue to improve the experience or continue to make the experience over the year. This is their testing ground. They're only doing that though because they also need more time to build out those features, and they want to. They know that people want stabilization, and so the game has been remarkably playable for this year for what it was worth. Still has issues, obviously, but like remarkably playable. It feels more like an early access game than it has ever in the past. More like I was almost like it's a beyond its initial stage, and this is sort of what they want to do. Oof, a patch a month for post 1.0, bold move, Cotton. But I mean, you got to remember, Dell, a patch a month after 1.0 is not going to be 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. You're going to look at like whatever their naming convention is going to be after 1.0. More of a, like what we see with 4.2.1, more of that style patch than it is going to be like a big bold patch. I disagree. I think they're doing this to input already built assets as to not waste them. and they're winging it until someone decides the next play, it's no way a future practice mode. I disagree. I disagree in the sense that I think you misinterpret. Of course they're using pre-made assets because that's what you do in a video game. When you're doing a live service model, take a look at, say, like Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 reuses assets for all of its levels. Every planet is just a reuse of assets. They take the same kit and every so often they'll build a new planet model with it. They have like the new cities and stuff like that. But that's kind of what you do when you're practicing what you can and can't do with what you have. You take assets you already have, retexture them, replace them, put them in places you want. It's not as simple like asset flip sort of situation. They are customizing these. It's bug fixing, sure, but adding content every month seems to be at a high ask for most devs too. Because I'd see CIG doing like a ship a month still. Yes, but in the sense that they're proofing for post 1.0, I think we're way too far ahead of the bell curve on that one. No, I still believe that it's a test run in the sense of using with what they have, seeing what they can do with what they have. Because you can already see, even in the way that they've been telling the narrative of Star Citizen this year, they heavily pivoted away from the idea of having this sort of long-running narrative when they realized they didn't have the assets for it. So instead, they pivoted back towards sandbox gameplay. And so that's why we get Hathor. That's why we have Stormbreaker, which are retextures of other assets they already had. It's easier to take those, retexture them, and put them in a new context. But both of those assets didn't have NPCs running around in them because they were supposed to be for Arena Commander. So they had to make them work with Arena Commander, or they had to make them work with the PU, with NPCs spawning. They had to add monster closets spawning in. They had to deal with like lighting issues and a lot of different factors to make them work. And what they learned there, they can apply in the future. So it's more than just what can we do with the assets we have. It's also how can we turn around and do this with what we have. We're not going to see features. There's no features a month post 1.0. When 1.0 is out, there's not going to be any features anymore. They'll add new features eventually. Like we'll see like a feature a year. Sure, it would be nice if they finished the rest of the mechanics they're missing, as bug fixing is essentially non-existent. No, I disagree. Bug fixing is a lot. CIG does a lot of bug fixing pretty frequently. To give you a great example of this, the 30Ks have basically disappeared. Server errors do happen. They're more infrequent, and they rarely fail. I've had maybe 2 full-on kick you out of the game 30K on CIG's fault, not me just idling, the entire year. CIG has worked really hard to improve that. There's been bug fixing, but it's all new bugs, not many of the persistent old persistent bugs. Yeah, there have been some old persistent bugs fixes. They've just been minor. The reason why you don't see a lot of old persistent bug fixes for a lot of stuff is because those bugs are usually attached to legacy systems that they don't want to update. Sorry, Paul, got here late. Wondering if I could get a quick summary of your thought of the Meteor. It's fine. It's a glass cannon ship. Or being updated with no timeline like the Transfer Factor. Yeah. You have 30Ks all the time lately, like at least once per session. That's interesting. I've seen them come up more frequently as of the last couple of weeks. Now, I do wonder if those 30Ks are actually like hackers. That might be an interesting thing. Because it's also right around the same time we see a spike in hacking. This is the year of playability. It's the year of tech debt. It's the same thing. This is the first year in Stress's history I remember it actually functioning well patch to patch. Bug fixing takes way more time than feature tasks in many cases. I usually spend 4 out of 5 days fixing one bug, and 1 day fixing a feature, or finishing a feature. Yeah, but those features also add more bugs because of code dependencies. New starter for the Meteor? No. I do think we'll get a starter at some point. We're going to get that salvage starter from RSI. The problem is I kept trying to say script and everyone got confused about what I was saying. So when I started saying hackers, people went, oh, I get it. Because they're not actually hacks. You're not seeing people going, I'm in. Like they're not actually hacking. They're just buying pre-made scripts that are designed to be injected into the game to fix things. Yeah. Hey, Chaos. It's a stretch to say they failed to deliver. The game has shown real improvement every year. I agree. I do think that when you... First off, it's the summer. Unfortunately, just psychologically, this is always the thing, that everyone loses their mind. And I blame CIG for this because they kill their own momentum. But generally speaking, when you're so close to development, people tend to be very tunnel visioned on like changes or things that happen. But like last year, the general vibe I got of last year was that people felt that last year was a bad year for Star Citizen. Like the funding wasn't as good as the year before. There were only there were really only 2.5 patches. CIG kept missing deadlines. But when you like pull back and look at what they added last year, it was a significant amount of very important things. A lot of the UI updates, the inventory updates. We got freight elevators. We got trading as a brand new mission mechanic. With new missions. We got the new EVA system. We got server meshing. We got there's a ton of stuff that was added. It's just CIG mishandled its PR. This is the first year that CIG hasn't entirely stuck their foot in a bucket and smacked their face against it. Good night, Knowledge. Not trying to be negative. I feel as though we went from having a game just crashing 30Ks, now death by 1,000 paper cuts, endless persistent bugs. Other than that, I'm still excited at the potential. I just haven't experienced that myself personally. Vanilla Thunder. I feel like it's been a long time since I had a bug that was sort of a showstopper bug that would personally prevent me from playing the game. I have experienced when you get together with other people, there's always one person who gets absolutely rat fucked by the game, and then that person's just fucked. But it seems to be an issue when you're playing with multiple people rather than individually. I call the association of this year of playability and improvements in Star Citizen to be correlation, not causation relationship. When you're playing Star Citizen with friends, it gets exponentially rat fucked. Yeah. QT bugs, random explosions, targets dropping lock, etc. Like little smaller issues. Nothing really has been showstopper bugs, but really frustrating bugs. Inventory delays, missing door panels, broken JPs. Yeah, I can see that. But again, personally, I haven't experienced such an overwhelming amount of those that I've been like, nope, can't play the game anymore. I've definitely had sort of momentum slowing bugs like that. But I'll say like a lot of those things, like QT bugs, because we don't have the new quantum system in. Random explosions, likely because of the engineering and the Maelstrom system isn't in yet. Targets dropping lock, probably because the scanning system isn't in yet. Like everything you just listed are just features which aren't in the game yet. So they haven't updated the legacy code for them. I mean, anyone who's played the game hasn't played the game in a while because you know how much playability has improved. Yeah, that's why I talk about like it's like a live service game, not a live service game, a early access game. Yeah, it's still got problems, but the like overall experience is there. It just needs tightened up. Jump point loops are due to server bugs, server meshing bugs, likely. Yeah, probably has to do with server meshing improvements and dynamic meshing. Will probably help some of that. I mean, I read them on. Yeah, I'm gonna still be up here for a little bit longer. I got another 2 hours, so thank you. I will enjoy my trip. I never like flying, though. That reminds me, I need to get my passport. Bring my passport with me. Someone seems to get yeeted out of the Idris every time I see a group board one. Yeah. Yes, I'll be at the Bar Citizen on Friday. I'll be at the Bar Citizen today because it's past midnight here. In Vegas time, it's still Thursday. CIG could have said anything. It wouldn't have hit the moniker. Dell. I think there's an amount of like, no matter what CIG says, they're fucked. So they try to do the least amount of fucked. Because even CIG talked about the year of playability in the context of taking what they already have and making things more stable, making things more fun, stopping a lot of the major showstopper and like momentum stopping bugs, and they've done that. But now they have to pivot towards the smaller bugs, which they haven't done yet. Year of tech debt. Yeah, it's a year of going back through tech debt, for sure. The entire mission system overhaul is just them fixing the mission system they needed to from tech debt. Like 10:30 here, but you good. I know Loving Fan and I were going. Is Vegas in Eastern or Pacific Standard Time? I thought it was in Mountain Time. Oh, I thought it was Mountain Time. Didn't know that. Makes sense. God. I'm flying into Phoenix tomorrow, and then from Phoenix to Austin, so. I'm going back in time. I'm going back in time. Not only will I be talking to the devs at the events, I'm actually hosting a panel with devs, with Tyler Witkin and Sandy Roberts. I'll be asking them questions. The ladder looks nice for 4.3. Yeah, it's a nice little addition. It's a rare stream that I can watch live during the daytime at a 5 a.m. in the morning. A good feeling. 2 days. So I'm going to be there Friday. I'm going to go to the Bar Citizen and go to bed. And then I'm going to get up on Saturday and do the thing on Saturday. Do the Quantum Vegas Saturday. And then I leave on Sunday. Sunday morning, afternoon. Can you please get me Grimm's autograph at the signing table? Sure. I'll do my best, Valsoff. All my interactions with her have been great, both in person and when she was answering concierge tickets. That's neat. It's going to be me and Griffin talking to Xylo and Sandy. Do you think the Kraken will be best crewed like the Polaris crew count or like the Idris crew count? Idris. It's about the same size as the Idris. Sean Tracy is on a panel, but he's not on that panel. Jared's not going to be there. Jared is in the UK. Thanks so much for streaming. I'm definitely looking forward to the event. I'll see you there. Basically, I would normally have gone to bed like 30 minutes ago, but I was like, if I went to bed at midnight, I'd have to get up at like 3:30 to be able to get ready to go, which is 3 hours. It's just like, why sleep 3 hours and just be tired anyways? So I figured I'd stay up. I'm going to end the stream in about 2 hours. I'm going to finish packing and install stuff for my stream PC. And then I will head out and I'll sleep on the plane. I'll do my best, Mad, but the idea behind that is, I can tell you this. If I ask them, I can guarantee that they'll say it's not their department or they're working on it. Do you fly suited? No. No, I'm not going to fly suited. I'll be there suited in my suit, but I'm not going to fly suited. If I was dreaming, Star Citizen session at the Sphere. Oof. How long is the flight? I've got a connecting flight, so let me look it up real quick. So, my first flight is 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes. My second flight is an hour. Hour and 17 minutes. Says the first flight is actually 2 hours and 23 minutes, and the second one is 1 hour and 17 minutes. So it's about almost 4 hours for the flight. And I'm actually getting to Vegas at 9 o'clock in the morning. Unfortunately, none of my Star Citizen merch has arrived to wear. I purchased a Saber. Oof. I'm going to ask him about Nyx. That's for sure. Yeah, Sean Tracy's on the panel with Grim and I believe another one of us. I actually have this in my phone, so let me pull it up real quick. So I can tell you right now. Sean Tracy and Serious Fun are doing this. Are doing a session. And then there's a community conversation, and they're doing Mission Builder with Danny Raymond. Then lunch, then trivia and giveaways with Galactica and Nick, and then Grim and Serious Fun are doing session 2. Session 3 is Neutronics and the Poets. And then Machinima Awards is RCL, Galactica, Paul, me, and then a couple other people. And then we got Mission Builder with Danny Raymond, Grim, Sean Tracy, myself, Galactica, and Tyler. And then I'm the last session. It's me, Tyler Whitkin, Griff, and Sandy Roberts. And then the closing is the Poets, Tyler, and Griff. We gotta break down stuff, so. The full duration is 2 hours. Oh no. No, it's not full duration. It's 2 hours. Serious Fun is more lighthearted cousin of Serious Black. Yeah. Oh, 9 a.m.? Oh, man, you won't be able to check in yet? I assume you're going to have to kill time. I'll probably get some food. Get some breakfast. Checkout time. Okay. I might be able to get in. Oh, I didn't check my departure time properly. Oh, well, it'll probably be there for today. Apparently, I didn't check it properly because I thought it said PM, but I'm actually leaving Vegas on Sunday at 1 a.m. So I'll be back at home by like 9 a.m. When I originally booked this, I thought it said 12 p.m. Yeah, I am. But I'll sleep. Because the first flight from Vegas to home is 4 hours. No, so the problem was that when I looked at the original departure, I thought it said PM. So I was like, oh yeah, from, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Because, going from the East-West Coast to Central Time Zone, even if that's a 3-hour flight, you're going well ahead of time. So 1 a.m. Pacific Time is 3 a.m. Central Time. I just didn't see the AM. I'm going to be exhausted. You know it. Luckily, the actual time that everything's over with is at 6 p.m. So everyone will be done by 6 p.m. I'll help load out, do those things, and then I'll head out. Thank you for welcome everyone from Ferris Stream. My name is Paul Berserker One Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing, buddy? Paul, I recently reacquired my Reclaimer and I want to rename it, but I can't decide between the Churn and the XGP 15A2. I like the XGP. That's a good one because of the claw. But question: what would it take to get Intel to let CIG sell the Raven again? Their contract running out. They have a contract with CIG about it. It's all right. I was gonna check out on Sunday anyways. So when I get in, because it's a free hotel, basically. So when it comes in, I'm going to tell them the situation and ask them what I should do with them. Oh, that was a good. Yeah, it's the other thing is the survey. Thank you, Del. So for those of you who don't know, the CIG sent out a survey, which you should go fill out. On the economy. As somebody who's been pounding the drum for get CIG to do more surveys about more things than the PTU, I was very happy with it. If I did a boarding ship, what would it be? Oh, an onboarding ship. Oh. If I was to do an onboarding ship? Huh, that's a good question. My initial thought would be a larger ship that's too big for an onboarding ship. Maybe a starter refueler. Basically take the technology that they had from the boom technology from the Starfarer and miniaturize it down to like starter levels like the Golem. Good night, bro. Thanks for hanging out. That's to put out, but some of the questions don't really make sense. What do you mean? Yeah, it was on Spectrum, I believe. If it's basic, it's basic. Like the survey is fine. I want them to do more of them because they should be doing frequent. The burnt Benny Merchantman into the fire, motherfucker. Let's see if I can find it on Discord. We talked about it on Discord. I filled it out myself. Here he is. I'll put the poster right there. That fishy. Speculation on the price of the Mantis is $150. Is the Mantis $150? This is going to be more expensive than the Mantis then. This cements my plan. My plan is to show up, check in as early as possible to my hotel tomorrow, and then sleep for 8 hours. Wake up, go to the Friday, the Bar Citizen, bow out at like 10 p.m., go to sleep, wake up at 6, go, and then have a nice long day there. You're still staying. You're saying that Burham. Okay. I could see the Meteor at 200. The problem with the Guardian Kui is that it's the best Guardian. Like the base Guardian doesn't make a lot of sense to get it. Just get the Kui. Mantis is 150. So I see 175 to 200. CIG tends to also price for guns, and it's got 2 size 5s, right? 2 bespoke size 5s, double-barreled bespoke size 5s. It really has like 4 size 5s on it. My guess is it'll be Warbond 190, regular price 200. It's the Guardian QI. Always wondered if it was a Mandarin version. It might be. Ooh. Or MISC is basically, you know, generic space Asia, even though it's mostly space Japan. All right, chat. We still got time. I got another hour or so. In Mandarin, QI is pronounced chi, which means life energy. Yeah, that makes sense. The problem with some events like Hunt the Polaris is you get MG script from doing nothing but accepting the missions. Is this game design, or is it design knowing players would do that? Tough for CIG to ask questions like that. How would you rank events you're for high or little? How should you? How long should this impact the economy? They asked. Yeah, I think what they wanted to know is are players okay with an event impacting the economy forever? So basically, should an event that is FOMO, that people like to scream FOMO, but it's just, you know, a timed event, it happened with Helldivers 2. Like you're not going to be able to stop the invasion of Super Earth by the Squilith again, but the squids again. It's not gonna. It might happen again, but it's not gonna be the same. Those sorts of events, should they fundamentally change the economy? So their question is. Oh yeah, it's Musashi Industrial Starflight confirmed. I want to say it's like Mazda Heavy Industries. What's the famous heavy industries brand in Japan? It's based off of that. It was either Mazda or Honda. The last question is also really weird. They just need to tighten their survey making skills. Yeah, but I mean, they've only done like 2 major surveys and everything else has been PTU surveys. Mitsubishi. Thank you, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. That's what MISC is. It's Mitsubishi. They make everything but good cars. Ouch. That's MISC. As a Mitsu owner, my car is amazingly mid, thank you. For sure, just a professional survey critiquing their survey. Yeah. You should have used the little like open-ended question to be like, please improve your survey taking skills. Honda only got into aviation recently. They were all about motorcycles. Yeah. I remember that. There were just holes in some of the questions they're asking. One thing will be changing, though, is free trade based off that survey. Because right now, the risk versus reward is terrible for most commodities other than rare drugs. Even drugs, it's awful. You can make more money doing cargo missions than you can by doing speculative trade with drugs. There's a part of my brain that questions why any of us know that so readily. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is pretty infamous. Both famous and infamous. They make aerospace, automotive components, air conditioners, elevators, forklift trucks, hydraulic equipment, printing machines, missiles, tanks, power systems, ships, aircraft, railway systems, and space launch vehicles. They're Lockheed Martin, mixed with a little bit of GE. And we're a bunch of fucking space nerds. Yeah, and the Zero. They made the Zero. Hey, Go-Tos, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, Mitsubishi is a much more varied industry, varied group than it was in beyond cars. They make gas turbines. They also make nuclear plants. They also make wind power. They make the Japanese version of the Eagle, the F-15. They also make a bunch of ships for the Japanese Navy. They also made the Yamato. Yeah, like, how the fuck would we not know MHI? They also make the Japanese version of the F-16, the F-2. Yeah, the H-60, which is the Black Hawk. Mitsubishi is also very prominent in anime in current or near future settings. Yeah. So if you needed a dirt bike, piano, or guitar, Yamaha's got you covered. Yeah. High-end trains, and so they're also Argo. In lore, Argo bought Mitsubishi. It wasn't called Mitsubishi, but it's Mitsubishi. Yeah, Japanese version of the F-16, the F-2. If Japan actually built mecha, it would be a Mitsubishi. Is the F-21? I'm not seeing them do F-21. Oh, it's actually a much smaller or a much larger frame of the F-16 Block 40. looking up some of the statistics. The F2's nickname is the Viper Zero, which is funny. F-21 is an Indian fighter by Lockheed. Oh, okay. Hey, Thumb. So yeah, CIG. If MISC HI is just Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, when can we have our battleship from MISC? Good night, Iris. Thank you. I hate flying, so this will be an interesting case. Luckily, because my flights are incredibly early in the morning, there's going to be no one flying on them, so it'll be pretty easy to fly around. F-21 was the proposal for an Indian F-16. Oh, we're talking about the Mitsubishi version for Japan. Based off of looking at this Mitsubishi Heavy Industries list, though, a lot of their planes, other than the F-16 and the F-15 versions, and of course the Black Hawk, are civilian helicopters and aircraft. In fact, two legitimate or three legitimate just passenger ship craft. The MU-300 Diamond, which is just a Hawker 400. The what's called Mitsubishi Regional Jet. And the CRJ. So yeah, MISC could easily build transport ships, like people transports. As I'm getting older, I realize that early flights are the best. Easier to get through the airport and more quiet. It's also easier to get to the airport. MISC Zaku. God, please. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, I'm streaming a little bit longer than I normally would because I'm basically staying up until I go, until I take the flight. My flight, I have to leave from my flight at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And my normal stream would have ended 30 minutes ago. So I would have had like 3 hours. It's like, I'm not getting any sleep at 3 hours. Mitsubishi builds parts for Boeing like 737, 767, 787. Piss off, you're streaming because you love the company. I love y'all's company, yes. I love you weird robots who are watching me. But I figured, like, I was going to stay up anyway, so might as well stream. I'm going to Vegas. So we have the first annual Quantum Vegas event in Vegas, where I'm hosting. It's going to be a Star Citizen meetup group. So last I checked, this was a couple of weeks ago. This was like about a month ago. We had over 200 people who had bought tickets. Yeah, I'll do it when I get back. Do we have a time limit for it. I'll tell Tyler to wait for me. If I'm a bot, someone needs to check my factory warranty because my back is killing me. Okay, I'll be fine. You can see Area 15 from my room. Neat. You'll be staring at us then, Stefan. Apollo soon. Do we think any medical gameplay is coming with it? Probably not. But from what we've heard, they've done some really interesting things with the modular rooms on the Apollo. Because, like, for those of you who want to remember, the Apollo has swappable rooms. So you either have 3 tier 3 beds and 3 tier 3 beds, or 3 tier 3 beds and 2 tier 1 beds, or 3 tier 3 beds or 1 tier 1 bed, or 2 tier 2 beds and 1 tier 1 bed, or 2 tier 2 beds and 2 tier 2 beds, or 1 tier 1 bed and 1 tier 1 bed. So it's because there's those 2 modules. So apparently it did something to like make it really cool. They're all in contract manufacturers with some of the global programs. Mitsubishi also makes the F-35 parts. Yes, so I believe the Bar Citizens at Area 15, and then the actual events at Area 15. We're still selling tickets. QuantumVegas.space. It's tomorrow. Well, Saturday. But the Bar Citizen's free, so. Oh, you flew in from Ohio. So you can see Area 15 from your hotel. Neat. From Idaho, not Ohio. Yeah. I misread that. I don't think we're going to see any crazy things. I don't think we're going to see like drone gameplay with the Apollo. It's just going to be medical. Not going to see gameplay additions to it. It's just how they other thing stuff. Oh, sure. Just let me pull out my $1 million and hit it. Get that to you, X. Yeah, I saw Honda landed a rocket vertically. It was neat. I am going to be my brain is already shutting down because of all this. But I am actually very interested in Quantum Vegas, mostly because it is like BCon or Con 42 or, you know, any of the other sort of conventions that we've seen around the world where a bunch of Star Citizen fans, you know, the Bar Citizen China stuff, where you have these sort of mini conventions around the world where CIG will show up and hang out. The US had one. It had 2. It had VerseCon, and it also had another one. I can't remember the other one was. I think it was it Indianapolis or something like that? But the idea was for Quantum Vegas was that, inspired by eVegas, the idea was that at its core, it's going to be a community event. So even if nobody at CIG showed up, we would build it over time so that we would have panels and experts and people coming in to meet each other. Just sort of a big sort of convention people could go to. Not a big convention, a medium convention people can go to, which is bigger than your average Bar Citizen, but, you know, smaller than CitizenCon. We should go to more Star Citizen community events. I'd love to see Australia have something like this, where it's like a big event with like 300 people in it. I guarantee you CIG would send people down to talk to y'all if y'all had like a semi big event. Something that would be accessible to you heading there, you heading in flights 4 hours later, buddy. Yeah, my flight's in about the same. So. Yeah, but I mean, when's the last time y'all put an event together like BCon or Quantum Vegas? We did a Bar Citizen in Sydney that had like 30 people rock up. Yeah, but I mean like an event, renting out a venue, that kind of thing. Honestly, I haven't been paying attention to Star Citizen in some time. Any feelers on possible release? Yeah, so they talked about 1.0 release last CitizenCon. And the release, they kind of laid out what they want to do. There's no date yet, obviously. But one of the things they've done since then is they've released server meshing. So, like, right now, Star Citizen has 600, almost 700 people per instance, per shard, and the shard is made up of 10 meshed servers. I love a CIG community event in Japan. I don't know if it's big enough here, though. There's apparently a pretty sizable group, but Japan, again, is a pretty big country. So, like, we're talking like an event in Tokyo or, any other location. I'm trying to think of like multiple places, and the other thing I can think of is like Osaka, but. Squad 42 got a release date, right, Gotos? It was announced what date, what year it was going to be released, which is next year. Yeah, 2026. Is the community manager in Japan a sumo wrestler? Well, see, every time I've seen events in Japan, it's usually non-Japanese folks. Usually, it seems like expats or people who've moved to Japan. But it could be. Hey, Fire, you just landed in Vegas. Nice. My flight's leaving in a couple hours, so. Akihabara, maybe. Honestly, I think it's probably they're probably a better chance of doing something in like Seoul, South Korea, something like that. Maybe even in Taiwan. I'm surprised the Chinese citizens haven't done something like this. They sort of have, but they haven't like a name for it. Putting a committee together and doing like a yearly event. Because like last I heard, there was like one dude who was running everything, and he kind of got scammed people for some stuff, but. Do you think the Xi'an will switch from sleeper KGB to full-on hot war and Star Citizen 1.0? Maybe get involved in, excuse me, one or both sides of their terror civil war? They got their own problem. They got a succession crisis they're staring down. The current emperor of the Xi'an Empire has no heirs and is dying. Later, Bree. You can pretty much get anywhere in Japan within 5 hours, so location would just be limited to by a venue and accommodation. Okay. The places that would probably be built for even a convention size like 200 would probably be major cities. My guess is Tokyo would probably be the best. I never get to catch streams, so I'll bring up a slightly older topic. Shouldn't some of the higher referral count perks be social related, like party furniture or access to venue for larger gatherings? That'd be a cool idea. Hi, Benjamin. Thank you for hanging out. Right now, our only likely alien enemies are the Vanduul. Yes, for sure, the Vanduul. I do think we're going to see the Tavaran War, the third Tavaran War, but that will be more like a Tavaran civil war, and the humans players will be involved in it. I actually wouldn't be surprised if CIG did allows you to play as a Tavaran during the Third Tavaran War. That would be a great way of doing an event linked to a new release. So we need to fuck the Emperor. No, he's on his way out. That's gonna be one of those big moments, I think. I think the Xi'an will get involved in the fight with the Vanduul as a means to go subtly influence Earth-Terra conflict. They might. I don't know if they would have a venue for larger gatherings, though, Benjamin, for like the referral stuff. But I do like furniture would be a good idea. Yes, we do know the Xi'an traded the Vanduul. And they do have a sort of begrudging relationship. The Xi'an think that the Vanduul are barbarian idiots, and the Vanduul think that the Xi'an are stuck-up assholes, but they do trade with one another. They have at least some relation with each other. I don't think it's like limited trade. That's also old lore, so we don't know how much that's still around. Could it be the Vanduul have a problem with us because long lost AI told them bad things about us? We won't know why the Vanduul are attacking us until we know. I don't think CIG knows. They probably have a general idea, but they don't want to tell us anything. At least the Vanduul think the Xi'an are close to equals, or at least compared to Humies. I think they think the UE are vastly inferior. I think it's probably more along the lines of that the Vanduul see humanity as a challenge. Whereas the Xi'an are so overpoweringly large that if the Vanduul attacked them in a significant way, they would just get punched to death. So the Vanduul sort of don't deal with the Xi'an in the same way that, like, I'm trying to think of a good example. The Philippines deal with the US. The Philippines and the US aren't really on great terms with each other. We've got a long history of antagonism to each other, but also some good relations. But the Philippines aren't about to start punching start attacking American bases, because that would be suicide. And they've got other threats that they need to worry about. Yeah, there's no good fights to be had. So instead, humans who are a little weaker than the Xi'an are still strong enough to put up a good fight. No, we have really strong relations right now. But that's what I mean. Another way of putting it is like Vietnam. Vietnam and the US, if you ask the average person from Vietnam, they probably would still tell you the sort of America is the imperialistic enemy, we hate them and all that kind of stuff, even though we have pretty decent trade relations with each other. And the real sort of true antagonistic is China with them. It's much more of an immediate threat. Oh yeah, no one has good relations with the U.S. anymore because, yeah. Not getting into that one. But I'll just say that it's one of the reasons why I sort of accelerated my push to buy new stream and gaming PC, because I ain't paying tariff prices on a lot of this stuff. I ain't paying a 50% markup on shit. Do you think the Xi'an will wind up building their emperor in a golden throne that keeps the emperor stasis using the orb revive tech to power a facsimile acting as an artificial body, 40k style? No, not at all. So we need bigger ships. I think we do eventually need bigger ships. I'm just hoping all my shit holds out for 4 years. Not that things will immediately get better after 4 years, but they probably will. Will they still let players build Bengal in the future, though? We don't know. Maybe, but that's like so far down the line, it's probably not even worth it. Like, you're not building a Bengal when space stations come out. Like, that's not a thing you're gonna do until like post 1.0. And when they say players, they don't mean you. If you just said, wait, not me? Yeah, you. You personally are not going to be able to build a Bengal. The entirety of Test Squadron will build a Bengal. But you, Steve, are never going to build a Bengal. I don't give a shit how much money you have or how much time you have. You're never going to build a Bengal carrier. Just remember, buy real estate on Terra before the Visigoths arrive. Counterpoint, what's the point of building a station if you can't build a Bengal? They've said a lot of things like refinery stations you can put on there. There's other like crafting stuff you can do on a station. A station basically becomes a mini base, but in space. We asked this of Ben and John, not just Bengal, but you can build other capitals in space, Kraken, Javelin, etc. I assume, but I mean, just not when they first put them in, because the amount of resources and effort would be astronomical, and they probably don't want to have to deal with the balance issues until they have more stuff in. A lot easier to have a station over a planet to defend your bases than it is to go on the base and then try to defend space. Because you got to remember, those space stations can take those big fuck you cannons that are on the exterior of Castra. You can put those on your stations. At least they showed them as part of their white box. So you will be able to build like size 10 go fuck yourself weapons on these stations. So it talks to be able to find damage abandoned Bengal. No, you'll be able to build them from scratch. They'll need plenty of PDCs to avoid size 12 fuck around and find out torps. Yeah, they will. Just think of a headache of the headaches from a dozen Idrises. Now multiplied by a dozen Steve. I'm sure they'll do them in sort of like old school style battleship, because they have them as sort of like old school style battleship turrets right now. I'm sure they'll do that, but like size 12. The actual like length of those things are going to be like rail guns or something. Size 10 station defense turrets are going online in 421. Are they they're not the battleship gun cannons, are they? Now the damage is like 225k DPS. So like two-shotting Idris. I think they are, but laser. Jesus. Do you think we'll ever see Drake response to the Perseus? Maybe. The Perseus is an old ship, though. I think it's more likely we'll see a Perseus replacement by Anvil. Basically, Idris down in 15 seconds. Oof. A whole org takes a year to build a bangle, and then one player sneaks in and backspaces it. You won't be able to sneak in and backspace it because you have to hack through the entire fucking ship to be able to get to the place where you can input the destruction. Idris down in 15 seconds, multiple turrets. Okay. I can't wait for Star Citizen Solid Snake. The social engineering is going to get insane in Star Citizen. Like, to a degree, I always say that I don't expect Star Citizen to be Eve in space, but there's going to be a lot of crossover. The social engineering aspect is going to be huge. Which is why, like, I personally never want to build a fucking space station. The most I want to do is build a base for, like, the museum, and maybe some bases for lore to like operate out of, for like fobs or backup spaces. But like, lore is already getting a reputation for repossessing ships. We may have an event later just for that. Listen, shipjacking is just a side effect of our love of acquiring historical artifacts. My hypothesis, space stations are a way for them to reuse and double dip on the same tech they used to make the Endeavor. They're going to use the space station tech for the tech they use for making player space stations. That's going to be space stations of the future. They're going to make small and medium space stations. They used to have small space stations, and then they had these large ones that we have now. They sort of disappeared, the small ones. They're going to start using just basically the assets of player space stations to be space stations for like small service stations. That shit belongs in museum as we steal the javelin. That shit belongs in my museum. Yeah. Smaller ships eat bigger ships in the game, current game. Think that'll ever change? Yeah. When engineering and Maelstrom come in. Like, when Maelstrom comes in and Engineering come in, you won't be able to take down a bigger ship simply by attacking them. You have to hit their specific, like, power plant or shield generator or whatever. And they won't blow up. They'll just stop moving. And then a player on that ship can just repair that component and they're back to fighting. I know against most of the community here, but I do think they should do org PvP instanced, like 20v20 limit. The amount of light, heavy, and medium capitals, winner if match gets 40% of mining yield of the sector or something. It would be chaos with huge org, but still having numbers to occupy the sandbox activities. I think it's a little too formulaic. They already kind of have that sort of situation with their shield gameplay, where you have to like go get those physical like tokens and then turn in the shield tokens to protect your bases and stuff like that. As a person who insided a lot in ARC, you'd be surprised how easy it is to get into a person's trust. Social engineering is not new to me. It's not that difficult. I believe in space stations today, the base building is functional and in-game. It's functional and in-game, just not available for players. Regarding the Perseus, 300 years ago, we didn't even have cars. Now we're playing with self-driving Teslas. So I still get thrown off the idea that the steam-powered Model T would be viable and Admiral will want it in his fleet. Canonless. You got to remember, time in Star Citizen isn't the same, doesn't work the same as now. To put you in context, when was the F-15 built? It was built in 1972. Its design was finalized in 1969. They're still building F-15s today. Technology has gone a long way since 1969. The B-52 was built in, I think, 1952. Isn't it why it's called the B-52? $1952, yeah, was when it was first manufactured. And it's still in service. Its first flight was 73 years ago. A lot has changed in 73 years. So, and the B-52 is not going anywhere. Neither is the F-15, neither is the A-10. The A-10 was built around the same time as the F-15. Mind you, the version they're building off is the F-15E, which is a major revision of the design circa 1989. Exactly. So if you take that into consideration, the Perseus that's being built today is not the same Perseus that was built in the 2500s. It's still building. Hell, they're still upgrading the things. That's my point. Then Amos is also using the bright point. The Browning M2 was built in 1908. It's over 100 years old and is still the standard 50 cal heavy machine gun for the US military. So that's, you kind of have to think about it in the same context. yeah, 300 years ago is a long time. But in the Star Citizen universe, there is no AI. Technology basically hit the fucking skids when the Mezzers took over. Some things advanced, some things didn't, but a lot of it has flatlined. And while, yes, we do have ships like the Gladius and the Retaliator and the Perseus, which were built hundreds of years ago, they're not the same ships. They're simply using the same design language to move forward. A lot of it is retooled from the interior or kind of using the similar sort of thing. Yeah, with no AI tech, you basically can't automate transports, which means that humans have to do everything that AI do. Like, to a degree, Star Citizen is sort of slightly behind what we are right now. Like, the most AI that would be usable in the Star Citizen universe would be like a LLM, but like maybe barely use an LLM. Yeah, Star Citizen ChatGPT is Miss Babbage. Miss Babbage, yeah. So, you got to think about it is that Star Citizen is working on two different levels. One, it's working on its literal storytelling. Two is its thematic storytelling. And the thematic storytelling is the Retaliator is the B-52. The Gladius is the F-15. But the F-7A is the F-22. And the F-8A is the F-35. Flight to Vegas was delayed 30 minutes. Yeah. I think I just got confused with the lore inconsistencies because the Hornet is not nearly as old, but has a Mark II. Yeah. You know how many different versions? So basically, the Perseus is a pre-Tavaran War relic. The reason why it's been around for so long is because they built fuck tons of them. It's like the B-52. They just built way too many of them. And so they were just using them with what they had, slightly upgraded. By the time of the Battle of Oberon, there are 4 Perseuses left. And the thing about the Battle of Oberon is that it was an all hands. Every single fucking ship that the UEE had that was available to fight, they threw into the fight. So these 4 literally mothballed, not really mothballed, but basically mothballed ships were all that was left of this like several hundred ship fleet that had existed for centuries. By the end of the 27th century, they had basically phased them out. They weren't upgrading them and updating them by the time the end of the Mezzer era happened. So they really only served for about 200 years, and then they were effectively backburnered during that era. So the reason why it's getting a new version released is because of the Achilles. The UES Achilles basically said, I didn't hear no fucking bell, and did some insane shit. And when battle analysis happened, they realized that the reason why the Perseus did so well in the fight, was because it had far too much fucking armor for a ship of its class, because its design was old, and as a result, it accidentally was built perfectly for the Van Duel. It was built in a time period when ships of its size didn't have shields. So the Achilles was a retrofitted older ship that had shields on it. So it was able to survive longer than it should have. Still got killed, but it was able to do a lot of insane shit. So effectively what Bishop is doing is like saying, looking at the F-15 and going, the F-15 has never lost a fight. Let's keep building the F-15 and update it. C-130J is a perfect example. It looks like a C-130H, but almost everything underwent a major overhaul. So in theory, the Perseus will be one of, if not the most armored ships. Not the most, because it's still pretty small, but it's for its size. Hell yeah, this thing is going to be fucking tanky. Remember, it's the size of a hammerhead. It's smaller than a hammerhead, actually. It's not that much bigger than a Constellation. So, for its size, it's going to be like a brick. Yeah, the newer Perseuses may have lost some of the armor to make room for shields. Exactly. So they may be slightly modified from compared to what they were before. Aegis is in its flight 4. Yeah. That's true. Don't expect every 1-to-1 lore accurate, but you can see based off of the lore that they have written for it, they're envisioned for the gameplay. To give you the idea, again, remember, it's thematic, it's also gameplay purposes. The Perseus's goal of being a ship of its size with that much armor is because the Perseus is supposed to be a tank. It's supposed to be a defender. So you take a Perseus, which is defender, and you pair it up with a hammerhead, which is DPS. But DPS small, not DPS large. You pair them both up with a Polaris, and now you've got a high DPS, high, DPS low, and a defender. And then if you want an AoE, you pair them all up with a Nautilus. It's called the Subcap Slayer. It's designed to punch down. Basically, the Perseus is designed to like bully caterpillars and cutlasses. Caterpillars, cutlasses, freelancers, that kind of thing. Yeah, the Zeus 2 is literally supposed to be a retro-looking ship. Yeah, 100 meters per second max speed. It's not gonna, it ain't moving. This thing is gonna be slow as shit. But when it fucking coughs, you will know it's there. So the whole excuse for the lore, the excuse for the lore is because it's the reason why it's so old is because it needed an excuse for being a ship of its size that has fuck you amounts of armor. It's supposed to punch down, X. It's supposed to bully smaller ships. There's no reason for it to punch up. Yes, I know it's getting its size 8s, which we don't know 100% if it's going to or not, but it's still going to punch down. It's all going to come down to those bespoke guns in the Perseus. Spec sheets, yeah, so the spec sheets still say size 7s. But there's rumors that have been floating around because of Chinese Bar Citizen that it was getting its upgrade to a size 8. I still think it's funny that people think the Perseus is a Polaris competitor and don't realize it's slightly smaller than a Hammerhead. Yeah, it's tiny. Bespoke size 8s are meaningless. They could be Ares style noodle guns. Yep. I think its main limiting factor is going to be its speed and maneuverability. This thing is going to handle like shit. So yeah, it can hit you like the left hand of God. You just have to stay out of its firing arc. And anything smaller than a medium ship is just going to laugh at you. And if at most it's going to have one PDC. Well, maybe two, but probably only one PDC. So it's got one PDC, you can overwhelm that. Well, I don't remember ever them saying it's a threat to capital ships. It's literally called the Subcapped Slayer, not the Cap Slayer. How will it bully smaller ships if it can't roll and pitch? It can roll and pitch, but it's going to one-shot kill them. They're custom ammo round ballistic size 8s, so they're going to be fire slow as fuck, as you can only load 6 shots at a time, firing 2 at a time. So how fast can you manually reload? It's going to be manual reload. Is this one of those X has inside knowledge, is not telling us sort of thing? Yeah, it's weak to fighters. But there's a difference between smaller ships and fighters. What I mean is, like, Caterpillar, Connie, Corsair, Mole, SRV. I'm trying to think of other ships of that kind of class. Spirit, Freelancer. Yeah, generally non-capital multi-crew ships. Fighters are going to just fucking laugh at it. But everything else is, anything that's below its size is going to piss its pants because just, it's got a fuck you and you're done ship. But it can still hold its own against upper class, like higher ships. But a Idris will eat its lunch. You cough wrong at a Cutlass, you can destroy it, even without a size 8. A size 7 or size 8 would just fucking demolish. CIG has worked on flak ammo for this ship in special. Yeah, it specifically talked about working on flak ammo for the Polaris, or for the Perseus, yeah. Unless it's a SEAL, Steel survives somehow. It's because they're blessed. I don't know why they're blessed, but they are blessed. Cutlass got some big nerfs in 4.2.1. I didn't know that. Yes. Effectively, how CIG is designing these ships is they're designed to be used in tandem with each other. Like, we have the Perseus, the Hammerhead, and the Nautilus. They're all about the same size. They're all designed to be utilized together to cover each other. So if you wander into a Idris, Perseus may not be able to kill the Idris, but it'll piss it off. And while you're pissing it off, the Nautilus might be able to lay mines to be able to hit it and do some damage. And if there are other light fighter screens, the Hammerhead should be able to take it out and take out torpedoes and such. Oh yeah, tax. Star Lancers are going to be fucking mincemeat. Like, the Perseus's main prey is things like a Star Lancer. Nobody needs size 8s against Akani. No, but again, cough. Even if it's still size 7s, it's like size 7s are just going to just delete Akani. The Perseus's design document, or at least it's the way it was pitched, is specifically it's a bully. It punches down. It bullies down to a point, and then it doesn't anymore. The Idris's dorsal placement is odd. It's because it's an older design from CIG. They moved away from the sort of invert underneath, like when you like go into a gunner seat, it kind of flips you over, and then you're upside down firing and stuff like that. Probably get increased range. Yeah, let's pull this up. We'll go through it. Thanks to the Fringe expansion and the ongoing Vandal War, security breaches and incidents at high-traffic jump points are more common than ever. When considering a modern solution for civilian and paramilitary operations, we look to the past with the historic RSI Perseus gunship, capable of shredding sub-cap ship Goliaths. The mere presence of Perseus in a blockade or patrol squad is enough to make your most aggressive enemies think twice before engaging, just like its vintage namesake. Internally dubbed the Sub-Cap Slayers during the first tours of its duty, 4 massive size 7 cannons spell big trouble for big ships. Notice how it is fighting a hammerhead here. Remote turrets. 4 bow-mounted ballistic cannons can be fully automated or remotely controlled, keeping incoming ordnance away. I think these are going to be replaced with just PDCs. So 4 PDCs. Probably less than that. Probably reduce that. And then it's got size 5 torpedoes. It's got 20 size 5 torpedoes. It's cargo. So it's a length of 100 meters, width of 50, height of 21. To give you context, the constellation Andromeda is 63 meters, 27 wide, and 15 high. So it's only slightly smaller. It's about half the length of a Perseus. It's about half the width, and it's like a little, almost the same height. And if you look up the Hammerhead, we see it is longer than the Perseus, wider than the Perseus, and slightly shorter than the Perseus. It's got weird internal layouts. Yeah, it's got some weird internal layouts. That'll probably get changed around a little bit as well. Longer and shorter, how? There's 2 decks on the Perseus. It's got much higher deck layouts. So you can see here, for instance, this is the cargo bay, so that's the lowest deck. Then it's got a docking collar, and it's got a lower turret access. And then it's got its gun deck, where it's got upper turret access, torpedo bay, crew quarters, mess hall, and captain's quarters. And then it's got a bridge deck, where it's got the bridge, escape pods, and engineering. So it has 3 decks to the Hammerhead's 2. How long since they sold the Perseus? Just trying to understand the lore. Here, let me pull up the Perseus real quick. Again, because it was on the, it's in the... So the Perseus was first constructed in the late 2520s. And in 2863, they retired the Perseus from production. So it served from 2520s, with modifications, obviously, until 2863. So from 2520s to 2620s, 2720s, 2820s. So about 300 years. So the Perseus has been out of production for almost 100 years. Now, the Perseus was first sold in, I want to say, 26. No, that was the Polaris, was 2016. Was it 2018? Or was it the Kraken? That was the Kraken in 2018. It was sold in 2020. So 5 years ago. Will Paladin be the same class as a Corsair Connie? Around that, yeah. The Quacken? Yes, the Quacken. So it was during Operation Mandrake in 2946, the Van the War, the aging Perseus, the UES Achilles, managed to take down 2 Vandal destroyers when the ship was damaged beyond repair. Due to its performance, Admiral Bishop personally lobbied the RSI to start producing Perseus models again to use against the Van Duel. Following the Perseus' success against the Van Duel, RSI expanded development to include a civilian version under the Militia Mobilization Initiative. The new Perseus is equipped with modernized weapons and a redesigned lower deck that could accommodate cargo vehicles. It was released on day 9 of the AIE 2950. Okay, here you go. X gave me a list. So this is the ships side by side. This is the Connie Andromeda, this is the Perseus, and this is the Hammerhead. To give you the size comparison. The Perseus is small. It's a 4 to 5 person ship. Yeah, it's tiny. Again, it's smaller than a Hammerhead. It looks mean. It looks big. But it's a 4-person ship. You've got the torpedo operator, you've got the 2 gunners, and you've got the pilot. 4. Sure as big as a Star Lancer? Let me double check the size of a Star Lancer. I think so. Star Lancer, it's actually longer than a Star Lancer. Star Lancer is 83 meters long, and the Star Lancer is wider than the Perseus because its width is 52 meters long. It's like 2 meters wider. Its height's about the same. Height's a little shorter too. I hope everyone's having a nice day. We just ruined you. Unable to initialize his day by showing how small the Perseus actually is. Oh, my day was completely ruined before this. Sorry to hear that. It's like 2% of that. When it rains, it pours, baby. All right, chat. I'm gonna go get something to drink, and get some more Go Juice to stay awake, and then I will be back. After that, we'll kind of wrap things up here shortly. Again, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching so far. Be right back. Is the Nautilus scale? It's about this scale, yeah. The Nautilus is about the same scale. Yeah, the brochure actually has lore in it. Where I got most of my lore for its video. I did a lore video, so. pilot controlled guns of the Perseus? No. They might be. The concept of the Perseus guns is that they're supposed to be automated point defense, but also remote controlled. I mean, we're getting the Perseus. It's got its going through its gate review right now, so. So here's the comparison to the Nautilus. So the Nautilus is a little bit longer, a little bit girthier, and a little bit taller. But it's still in that sort of size range. Oh, sweet. Okay. Yeah, a bit bigger, but a lot more internally until the MSR hit. The Nautilus is going to have a weird issue because a lot of the Nautilus stuff is going to be focused on its mine capacity. It does have a smaller mine capacity, but each mine, I believe, is like the equivalent of a size 9 torpedo. So basically, it lets you have remote controlled and detonated and automated retaliator. Yes, the Perseus is designed to look intimidating and look bigger than it is. So when you take a look at it, it's like, this thing looks fucking mean. It looks big, so I don't want to fuck with it, even though it's not that big. There's size 5 torps. Okay, so it's basically what this Perseus has, but you can leave them around. So yeah, loitering munitions. How many couches does the Nautilus have? I couldn't tell you. The thing is you can also, instead of deploying them as mines, you can also deploy turrets with them, which are like twin size 2s. So you could literally just drop turrets, automated turrets around you that would protect you or protect an area. Drones before or after AI blades? Drones are going to be with base building. So whenever base building happens. How am I still up? I'm going to stay up until I have to go to the flight. Basically, I was like, there's no point in getting 3 hours of sleep when I haven't streamed. I didn't stream on Sunday. I didn't stream on Monday. So I should stream more anyways. So, and I'm not going to be streaming this weekend. So why not? But yeah, I will be at Quantum Vegas this weekend. So I'll be there for tomorrow for the, or I guess technically today, for later today for the Bar Citizen. And then I'll be at the event itself, helping to run the event. And I will, so yeah, you'll be able to see me on Friday and Saturday. And I will be back to streaming on Monday. And on Monday, I'm going to be streaming a longer stream. So I'm going to start at my normal time, which is 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And I'll be going for like 5 or 6 hours. Thank you again for everything. I will be dropping 2 videos next week. So I'm going to be focusing heavily on getting my lore video done. The next edition of the Complete History of Star Citizen lore is finished. It's not released yet because it's waiting on the music, but the last version was sent to me. I looked at it. I okayed it, so it's now just an issue of getting the music in, and I don't imagine the music is going to get started or prioritized until after this weekend anyways. Enjoy the event. Hope it's fun. I'm sure it will be. The goal, and for those of you who are wondering, especially in the United States, we hope to do this every year. So if you're not able to make it this year, then next year we'll talk about it, and you'll probably be around the same time in July. So if you can make times or make plans for it, come by. It's feature complete, yeah. I may release the current version I have to Patreons and members as sort of like an early access thing next week. So like you can watch it, and then I will, when it gets its music, which might be a couple weeks, then it'll go out for everybody else. But my goal is to do a couple of videos in the next couple of weeks, get them done. Hope my flight yes, I'm really stupid, and I thought that my flight leaving Vegas was at noon. No, it's at 1 o'clock in the morning. It was like, 12:50 p.m. It was 12:50 a.m. So I'm getting a red eye on Saturday or on Sunday morning, Saturday evening. So I'm going to be there on Saturday and literally leaving afterwards. But hey, it means I'm going to be home by like 9 a.m. on Sunday. We'll have plenty of time to relax. Wasn't the Perseus lore designed to look intimidating? My recollection is its visual deterrent first, unironically formed function. Yeah, did you ask that on YouTube as well? I thought I responded to that. Yeah, no, I did. Yeah, it's psychological warfare. Not Delta or Spirit, nope. Neither of those. It's also not even Southwest. I'm not gonna tell y'all. It's weird that people still shit on Paul, Berserker 1, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? We're kind of wrapping up here. How's everyone tonight? I'm doing good. So we're going to Quantum Vegas this weekend. I am helping running it. So I have got a flight in 3 hours-ish. So my normal stream would have ended around midnight my time. And I'm like, I'd get 2 to 3 hours of sleep. It's not enough for me actually to sleep because I probably wouldn't be able to sleep anyways. So I figured I'd stay up so I can stream a little bit longer, go through some more stuff. You're going to it too. Damn, I'm even more mad I'm missing it now. It's only 4 hours away. Well, we will do it again next year, KG. So the goal is to, with this one, was try to do as much as we can to publicize it. And I think we've got a lot. From Jack's Stream, my name is Paul, Berserker1, Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. You got a good one for it. Yeah, KG, quantumvegas.space. If you want to, we're still selling tickets, but I go this weekend, but it's my dad's birthday on Sunday. Ah, okay. How's the stream? Going good. We got about, we're wrapping this up. So we're going to be coming to the end of the stream here shortly. Because I got to get stuff set up at the very least to go. He's going to have that excuse every year. Well, I think if, because it's going to be a one-day event, if he knew ahead of time that we could go, he'd go on Saturday and then leave on Saturday night to go, or leave on Sunday morning to go back home and, visit with his dad, it'd be a little different. Rating and top of raids. We need air support. Our position's overrun. Call in the Helldivers. But welcome to the office hours. This is sort of a yak stream where I talk about Star Citizen. We reviewed the video on the Meteor, and then we looked over Ali Brown's posting spree the last couple of days on various topics, including Planetary Tech 5 / Genesis, Vulcan, and several other things. I'm awake. Well, I'm about to finish up here shortly. I'm already planned all day on Sunday. I don't get to spend much time with him, so it'll be nice. That's not bad. I mean, the goal is long term for Quantum Vegas to become a sort of U.S. gathering of the community, where the community can do its own panels, its own discussions, like long term doing panels on ships, so you can get people like myself and Grim and other ship-based content creators, and talk about like good and bads of ships, or review stuff, or get org leaders to do to an event on like how to run an org, or get Red Monster and other industrial players to come on and talk about the like goods and bads of industry gameplay and stuff like that. So might as just say Meteor equals glass cannon. It's a glass cannon. It's gonna knock your ass sideways if it hits you, but it's gonna blow up at the slightest tap. Let me check something real quick. Oh, I can ask the poets. I don't think you'll have Raven codes though. I can probably find some stuff. I'm just checking because my I just built a new stream PC, and with that stream PC, I've got a newer graphics card. So I only have one HDMI slot in it, and I have 3 display ports. The 2 monitors on either side of me are so old, they don't even have HDMI ports. They have DVI. I think it's DVI. The old big chunky white ones. So I have to figure out if I think I have some DVI to DisplayPort stuff. I thought you were only going to do one PC stream, X. Yeah, it's old. I need to get new monitors. It's not that hard to get them. Like, they're just 1080p monitors. I think they're 27 inches though, so they're a little big. I actually probably, if I was to get new ones, I'd probably only get 24 inches. So it gets slightly smaller, so it can fit more space. They don't actually use all of it. How does a Meteor and Guardian compare? Yeah, we don't know because no one's flown the Meteor. But based off of what they've shown with the Meteor and the way they've described it, it's probably likely that the Meteor is going to be more nimble or at least faster than the Guardian, but it's not going to be as tough. Get through some stuff real quick. Played out extra cheap and basically universally, it makes a universal visually connector. Yeah. Well known to not under NDA. Well, I mean, you know, CIG developers may be under NDA as well for it. But I think advise if you decide to use a TV as a 4K monitor, then you may have to use special HDMI port. So I don't need my main monitor. I've got a 2K monitor that's been fine. It's a I'd have to look up. It's an LG. It's an OLED, but I've had it for a while now, and it's fine for what it does. It has it has display ports and VGA. It's just my 2 side monitors that I use to monitor, you know, the stream and do other things. They're old, and they're getting on in years. But I'm just looking up like a basic Amazon I don't think it has a mountable though, unfortunately. But a basic 24-inch monitors are like less than $100. And like I can get they're old Acers, so I could probably get an old Acer 24-inch monitor for like $80. And yeah, it doesn't have HDMI, but it doesn't have DisplayPort, but they have HDMI, so I can use to do that. Hey, Chris, just woke up not long here in the UK and surprised to see you still streaming. Well, I've been saying, I got to go to Quantum Vegas, and my flight is in a couple of hours now, so I have to leave here within the hour. And so normally I would have finished streaming 2 hours ago, so I would have had 2, maybe 3 hours of sleep. So instead of doing that, I decided to stream a little longer, since I'm not going to be streaming this weekend. But yeah, I could probably just get a display port or a HDMI to display port stuff. The other option, a teacher-sized vessel of coffee. Yeah, stuff like that, yeah. For mounts, I mean, I've got like a mount. I just need it to be adaptable so I can, you know, screw it in. Oh, these are first compatible, so yeah. Have fun in Quantum Vegas. Pity I'm too far for that. Yeah, it'll be fine. Again, it's important to note that it's important to note that it's just a meeting of fans. So we're not, I mean, yes, CIG is going to be there and we'll have some discussion with some CIG members, but it's about getting together with fans and talking about the game. I'll try to bring back some videos. We'll be recording a lot of the stuff, so you'll be able to see our discussions there as well. But I'm most likely I'm just going to get an adapter. I'll have to take a look at that. Thank you for joining us, though. Thank you for watching. Hopefully, if you enjoyed this, hit that follow button here on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit the like button if you did watch this whole thing. I will be back on Monday. So have a great weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Hopefully, I'll see some of you at Quantum Vegas. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.